What's up, guys? How's everybody doing? Let me know if you guys can actually hear me. Sorry, I'm running late. How's everybody doing? What's up, Lisa? What's up, Terry? Cheapest Gamer. What's up, Dwayne? My boy Paulie in the house. What's up, Paulie? How's everybody? How's the audio? Sweaty. Sorry, I'm running late, guys. Thank you so much for jumping in, hanging out with me tonight. Turn off myself. So I haven't done one of these in about 5 months where it's just me and you guys. And we'll give everybody time to come in. We might only have you guys here, which is totally fine. But I used to do these quite a bit, these community streams where it was really just me and you guys. And what I mean by that is it's a uh, community live stream. I'm not collaborating with anybody. It's not me and any other creators. It's just my way of communicating with you guys. So for questions or comments, there's no need for super chats or any of that stuff. It's just us talking. And it's whatever you want to discuss. It's not just TVs. It's not just anything you want to discuss. And that's really why I used to do these. I would do them for 4 or 5 hours. And then I started collaborating with a lot of others and I was on their live streams and I kind of stopped doing these. So just going through the comments. And a lot of them is just really reading the comments. What's up, Vertigo State? Lisa, Justin, what's happening? Justin, long time. What's Adrian from Scotland? How are you, my friend? Rick Shaheen in the house. Rick Shaheen out shopping. I thought this was at 10. But I really kind of want to just get you guys together and say thank you because the channel just hit 25,000 subscribers. I've been doing YouTube actually for 6 years. And I do it very part-time. I've always done it part-time. What's up, Jennifer? Done it very part-time for the longest time and still doing it part-time. So 25,000 for me is like a million, to be honest. So Paulie in the chat is one of my best friends outside of YouTube. Paulie knows. Paulie's been there forever with me and he knows the grind, and he knows all about doing that. So we'll jump into a quick TV question from Adrian from Scotland. S95B versus Sony A95L, which is better? The A95L isn't out yet, but I would tell you it's going to be better than the S95B because the A95K is right there with the the S95B. So without a doubt, the A95L will surpass it. But Adrian from Scotland, you got to say to yourself, pricing wise, the S95B will be about a quarter of the price. So all depends on your budget, my friend. So hopefully that helps you, but without a doubt, it's going to be much better. And then again, think about this in terms of TVs. Much better can still only be slight, but it's going to definitely be better. Go through these. You can also see me going through the comments and just saying hi. Boy, tech me out. These guys, a lot of these guys have been here from the beginning, so I'm not like writing my own comments. And a lot of guys tech me out. A lot of these guys had their own videos too. So we would comment on each other's stuff, and it's just great to see the guys like you still around saying hello. I know you guys are still loving technology and all about it. Got Lisa in the house. Lisa, how are you, my friend? Lisa actually just had a pretty major loss in her life, lost a dear friend. So everybody in the community, please send her your thoughts and your love. We all know what that's like, but thanks for jumping on here, my friend. Let's do a quick TV one real quick. Dave. Hi, it's Dave who lives in the UK. I was just there. I've always had bright LEDs, TV, Sony 900E, Samsung Q90R, but I want OLED this year. I have a really bright room. With the G3 or S95C be bright enough? The S95C is not really a question of if it's bright enough, Dave. It's has one Achilles heel, and that video is actually going to come out. Direct sunlight. It would have to be directly. It actually turns gray. So hard to recommend that one in a very bright room. The G3 would be better, though it's still pretty glossy. So if you're in a very bright room, you might want to stay with LEDs, but I would stay with the probably the G3, and just mind the blinds because the S95C does not perform well in a bright, but it has to be right on it. But I have to say that. So I would probably go in G3 in your use case. All right, go back up. My boy making me blush. What's up, Tristan? How are you, my friend? Good to see you. Hope your son's killing it in wrestling. I hear you, Tim. I mean, again, it's been 6 months or 5 or 6 months. I have not seen the new Transformers film, Justin. I know you and I have talked about this. I think it's hopefully it's different. I just can't get into the Michael Bay. I know it's not Michael Bay, but I just can't get into him. You let me know if you thought it was good. Um, I'd like to see them focus more on the robots and less on the human characters. If they can do that, then I'll go check it out. Thank you, EP. I really appreciate it. All right, let's go back down this way. Thanks, Tristan. Hopefully he gets a win, my friend. Review the tube in the house. What's up, Mike? How's everything, bro? Good to see you popping on, man. Much love. Thanks. I really appreciate it, brother. Al, thank you so much. TCL, QM8, or Hisense U8K? It's a great question. I have the U7K on its way. That's the real question. The QM8 is getting amazing reviews. I spent time with it on FOMO stream. I spent time with it at CES. Um, it's it's excellent. I don't, I'm still trying to get my head around those brands in terms of their settings, but the price, I mean, you really can't go wrong for it, especially I think 65 inches is just over $1,000. But I would wait for the U8K, Al, just to make sure, because those two are neck and neck, and you might find the slightest difference make the difference for you. So I would wait. I think you have to wait another maybe 2 weeks until it comes out. I'll have the U7K and then I'll have the U8K after that. And then I'll have the U8K at 85 go against the QM8 at 85, and they'll go at each other. That won't be for a month or so. So Al, I would wait. Just don't. I mean, you can't go wrong, but I would still wait because I think Hisense is going to bring it. Let's see. Hey, Soy, how are you? I will definitely take a look at it. I'll see that at Value Electronics. They always get the large ones, so it just might be, might be a while away, but you'll see it probably towards the end of the year. And I will say this quickly is that I think the X90 series has always been great. The X92 at 100 inches, I would just rather see a TV at 100 inches be like their highest end. Make that the X95. And even though they say like the X98, X90L isn't an X90, I would say, I still want that to be the higher end than their X90. X90 is their like entry to high end. My pleasure, Al. My pleasure, Dave. Christian, what's up, my friend? Transformers was good, coming from someone who liked the first one only. All right, I'll take that. I actually did not like the first one, but I liked it better than I. Guys, Hollywood has just got me. I'm in fatigue, man, with the superhero stuff, and I think it's that Thor Ragnarok feel to everything. Everything has to be this comedy now. It's okay for things to be dark or be bleak, but if you came from Transformers the movie or the cartoon, the characters, their relationships, all that was paramount. Not, all these random. I know you have to have the human element. I rather just not have them at all. but I'll give it a look. Crypto, what's up? How are you, my friend? How's everything? What's up, Lance? Lance has been here for a minute too. How are you, brother? Good to see you. Let's see. Super Sport, best 55-inch OLED for a dark, big bedroom. Thank you. Right now, the best two are the G3 and the S95C, and that's flipping a coin. It really depends on if you need Dolby Vision, if you really have to have that. They're both pretty even in gaming, though I'll give the S95C the advantage for having 144 hertz, having more presets, having ultra wide. So it's actually taken a crown from LG in that regard, but LG is still very good. And the question will be, do you trust Samsung? So for me, I would probably go with the S95C. I think it's just more complete, but I don't really care about Dolby Vision anymore at this point. But if you do, then it's the G3. If not, it's the S95C. I think you're gonna love them both. I wish I was getting, I tell you, doing this, guys. I wish I was getting these TVs for the first time because I miss that feeling of um oh my god, this is incredible. I miss that so much. That feeling of wonderment is what I'm really, you know, I really do miss that. Thanks, Lance. I appreciate it. I love Sony backlit remote control and DTS still there. That's why I think about getting Sony OLED in the future. Then there you go. Then that would be the A80K or the A80L. A90J has the backlit remote, but you can get the backlit remote from Sony directly if you really want to. I think they have them on Amazon too. Then, you know, if DTS is important to you, then you just answered your own question, my friend, which is great. That's how it should be. Terry, what's up? Terry has a Z9K, and Terry also has had the first mini LED TCL 8 series, right, Terry? And love Terry because Terry got the Z9K and he's been hanging back and waiting to see if the Z9K gets overthrown. I did that video where the Z9K kind of beat up the S95C a little bit. But what's cool about with Terry having the first mini LED, which is what TCL had, they initially crushed black so badly, and then it was updated, but very few people followed up on that. So it ended up being an excellent TV. Terry, what's up, my friend? Glad you're here. We got a celebrity in the house. Tech Giant, what's up? Hope you guys know Tech Giant Paul. Paul, what's up, Paul? I was in the UK, bro, for a little over a week. I was there for 7 days. And I definitely want to get together with Paul and get our collaborations more together. It's always interesting because we have a different kind of TV year than they do in the UK. But if you guys don't know Paul, you should know Paul. He's a big boy and great dude, really genuine. Check him out. Hit his comment. Check out his channel, man. Paul's the man. But I definitely want to do a and Paul, let me know what you think in the comments. I definitely want to do an influencer video, and are we a good thing? And I do have a lot of thoughts on it. I definitely want to get Paul on there, get FOMO, KG, Classy, Brandon, and a couple other guys from the UK, and just talk about what it is we really do here. And the fact that that influencer title, I heard that for the first time at CES, and that caught me off guard. I was like, "What do you mean? What is?" That's like a makeup thing or somebody who Kardashian or something. And I think it's interesting conversation because who do you trust? Who do you watch? And in my opinion, you should watch everyone because everyone is different and we all have our own preferences. And Paul is one of the bigger channels, but why I relate to guys like Paul is Paul's got a family, he's got kids, and he keeps it real. And in the meantime, he can do that without trashing anybody. And you've seen now in the AV community, I think Paul would agree, is that our positive vibes have definitely overtaken any toxicity. So we don't even allow it. We don't respond to it. And our group, it's amazing how many of us get along. Where I came from the original YouTube 6 or 7 years ago, where it was like the Wild West. Everybody um fought and went after each other. We don't do that in our AV community at all. So, Paul, thanks for popping in, man. I really appreciate it. Hope everything's well with you and the family. Keep doing your thing. You guys all know Paul. Definitely check him out, man. He's a just a good dude. And again, Paul, let's get together. We'll get a live stream going. And for those of you jumping in, now we have 54 watching. When I do live streams, my live streams are pretty much community driven. So they're pretty much whatever you guys want to talk about, we'll talk about. Things like super chats, that's not necessary. If you have a question and I miss it, it's because there's a lot of questions. I'll just swing back to you. Don't bother with super chats, things of that nature. It's not why I'm here tonight. Picture this, us just chilling in a pub, Paul, or just hanging out. This is why I did YouTube, is as a community. And it's funny, and Paul can definitely attest to this, is the bigger the channels get, the less, thank you, Lisa, the less of this we do. And there's only so much time and there's only so much. And we get away from our communities. And it's a shame. And it's really hard to stay with the group that you came up with. And I try to do these and I don't do enough of them simply because I do way too many hours when I do them. My pleasure, man. I hope the kids are good. It's summertime, bro. And also for you UK guys, I'm sure Paul. Let me know where you are in the UK. Next time I'm in the UK, which might be in the next 4 or 5 months, I want to do like a meet and greet with the UK crew and get to see you guys in person. UK was awesome, by the way. Really loved it. All right, let me go back up a little bit. 'Cause I'm missing Michael. Thank you so much. Big Lou, how are you? How's everything? Thank you, brother. My pleasure, Al. Let's see. Let's go. Brent, what's up, Brent? How are you? I have a 65-inch and a 77-inch G3 ordered, replacing a 65 C8 and a 65 C9. Really hoping it's worth the big investment. I would tell you, Brent, you will definitely enjoy it, but you have to remember that the C8 and the C9 were among the punchiest, most saturated OLEDs at the time. It wasn't much about brightness, it was more about saturation, and they were called like the Samsung OLEDs back then because they were so cartoony in a way. You're going to see the biggest improvement in clarity and upscaling. Their processing has pretty much caught Sony, so I think especially the 77-inch size is a massive jump. You'll love that. But I think you're going to just see clarity of image and processing, and there's no doubt you'll see a big difference. And that's saying something considering the C8s still look great. I just did a burn-in video on one, and the C8 still look good, but it's going to be clarity of detail, Brent, that you're really going to see the big difference. Most that what's funny, Paul. Then we got to take a picture because you're a big boy. So what's funny is when people see I did a live stream with FOMO. I always do them, but at CES. And when people, you're welcome, Brent. When people saw me and FOMO next to each other, all I heard was steroids. That I was a steroid user. Just next to FOMO was not a big guy. So it would be cool to hang out with Paul, who's massive. He's like the other bigger YouTuber. So I'd love to hang out with you, Paul. So we'll make it happen, my man. Christian, as a member of the heavyweight division, when are you getting a 98-inch and which one? Christian, that's a great question. I'll tell you the only reason why I won't do it is like Brandon, if you guys know, obviously know be the installer. Brandon gets a lot of those TVs and he can switch them out, and I'm not somebody who sells TVs. I tend to give them away. And many of my friends have benefited from that. But when you get into that size, Christian, at 98, that's like your TV for life. No, it sounds ridiculous. If I said I had a 98-inch TV, which one of you guys wants it? You'd be like, yo, I'll take it. But in the real world, try giving your aunt a 100-inch TV or a 98-inch TV. It's literally impossible. That's Christian at that size, my friend. That's where I think the the projectors start to creep in. But and for me, I think Christian, the biggest fear would be screen uniformity at that size. So I won't get one. This TV will be gone in a few weeks. This will be Paul knows because he'll be helping me, Paulie. Where's Paulie? Come on, Paulie. Get to the chopper. Paulie's gonna be helping me. This C1 will go upstairs. My 80J will go in another room, and then you'll see a QN95C here. And what's funny, I hope you guys checked out my video. If you didn't, please go back and watch it called Samsung, like most hated. Read the comments in that video. And it's not about defending Samsung. It was about me making a choice, being somebody who studies these, and people telling me like I was making the wrong choice. And I'm like, no, no, I want it for this reason. They're like, nah, nope, nope, nope. You're making the wrong choice. So I think it's an interesting conversation because use case is so important, guys. When you choose whatever you choose, and I'll tell this to you. And these live streams, guys, I'm just getting warmed up. We're 20 minutes in already. I get fired up. I don't care who tells you what to buy, why they want you to buy it. Always, and that's why I'm saying check the source. And what I mean by that is not people's credibility, but what are you using it for? So it could be Vincent, it could be ratings, it could be Caleb Dennison, it could be any of us. It's really about what is that guy or girl saying it's good at. And if that matches up with you, then buy it. But if you're looking, say, let's picture a Sony. A lot of people were really upset that I wasn't going with a Sony. I love Sony. I had Rob Brennan on here. I know guys at Sony, but it doesn't fit my needs specifically. So it could be the best TV in the world. The Z9K right now and the X95L are excellent. They just don't fit my needs. So that's why I'm not buying them. But that's something to always think about. Dude, what's up, Stock? How are you? I really appreciate it, my friend. Oh, profile picture. You know what's funny? When I get to see you guys on because I answer a lot of this on my phone, I get to see your profile pictures. What's up? The hair is on point. Got that Brian May hair. Love it. Let's see. Let me go back up here. Michael Foster, what's up? Congratulations, brother. Been with you since the beginning. Thank you so much. What I love about YouTube is you can literally go back to my very first video, and that first video was a Samsung KS9800 78-inch TV. Paulie remembers that TV. That TV was $12,000. And this whole tech therapy thing was always about what we're doing now. It's conversation. It was never about reviews. It was about me going through this terrible time of these defective TVs. And when you pay, I didn't start out paying that. And it's another conversation we could have too, is that you when you get something like a TCL or Hisense and you start saying for the money, it's amazing. And FOMO and I are going to do a video on this as well. Is it's such a good value that it can elevate over a TV that's better, if that makes sense, because it's a quarter of the price. So if you look at the QN95C, the TV I'm buying, which I think is $4 or $5,000, the QM8 is like two. So no matter how much better the QM or the Samsung is, if it's better at all, there's no way it's better because this one is a quarter and buy three of them. So that is just, it's part of what we always talk about. Michael was there in the beginning watching me go through these terrible TVs. I started spending my way out of it. And at least now you have guys like me to tell you don't do that. The more money things are doesn't necessarily mean they're better. In some cases, it can be worse. And then you have forget about FOMO or fear of missing out. The um it's the buyer's remorse, which is much more powerful than fear of missing out. James, what's happening? Brian, what's up? Good to see the channel growing. Congrats on 25,000 subs. Thank you so much, James. I really, really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. A lot of you guys, again, these names are all familiar to me. And I'm going to talk a little bit too, in a little bit of why a lot of us end up kind of staying out of the comments. Because and I'll explain that a little bit as we go on. That's why I want to do more of these. I may start doing these weekly. The challenge with doing these is that we have such a small community. My group that you see me collaborate a lot with is me, FOMO, Brandon, which is Be the Installer, Cecil, which is Classy, KG, Max, Chablis, all us. But they have so many live streams that we end up bumping into each other. So there's times where if we do a live stream, we might bump into somebody else. So a lot of times I don't do them for that reason because mine are just chats. I don't have a TV that I'm featuring. I'm just in here talking to you guys. So I'll spend 3 or 4 hours with you, but when you conflict with each other, that's what we end up doing less. And for a while there, those guys are streaming like every night. It's like Twitch. So, all right, Tavar, my bad. Your question was up here. Brian, is it worth waiting on the Sony A95L77, swapping an A80J 77? Um, yes. I mean, I have an A80J Tavar. I love the TV. I think it's great. And I was going to do a video on this, but I can't really prove it. To me, the A80J seems to be dimming on me, not getting darker in terms of my content. It just isn't as vibrant as I'm used to with a lot of the content. You'll definitely see the A95L will be, and I think Sony delaying the A95L a little bit. They're really looking to push that TV as hard as they can in terms of brightness, clarity. So it's hard to say for you to swap out an 80J. If you're swapping it out, as in you're returning it, yeah, it's worth waiting for. But it's hard to have somebody upgrade when the TV is only a couple of years old. But it's going to be a massive upgrade. You know, quantum dot OLEDs are ridiculous. They really are. I mean, it's what the difference is in picture quality, color, saturation. I mean, especially the A95K, the A95L is going to be a monster. But I'm pissed. I'm mad because they're not coming out in 83. So I need a larger TV than that. But I would say Tavar, I would wait because 80J, as good as it is, it's gonna be a massive difference. All right, jump down a little bit. Let's see. Oh, my boy. And speaking of Max, boom. I'm gonna mess with Max a little bit because Max is a good dude. When you have guys like Tech Giant popping by, and you got Max, look at Max's profile picture. How are you not gonna trust Max? Look at that smile. Max is a good dude. You see him on all the time with KG. But you have to always realize that when you see, I would say this to Max too, when you see people collaborating, sometimes you almost forget they have their own channel. And Max does excellent work. Max does great editing, smart guy, but you won't meet a nicer guy since the last guy that was on here, which is Paul, another great dude, the tech giant. But Max is a good dude. They're all great guys. But don't forget, as much as you see him collaborating with KG, Max has his own channel and he does great comparisons. Especially now, Max, I think might still have the X95. That was just updated um, with the game bar, and Max does great work. So check out Max. Good dude. I appreciate you stopping in. Um, I'll share a quick story with you guys. I was on a live stream with Max and KG, and it was after like a 3-hour live stream with FOMO. And I jumped in a live stream with those guys, and I was fired up. I had a couple, a couple wine coolers, and you could tell Max I was amped, and I started rumbling in the comments, and I was like, wow, gotta not do that anymore. So I took a little break from jumping on other dudes' live streams. But Max, good. But look at that profile pic, though, man. Come on, how you not gonna whatever that dude says to buy, just buy it. Like he's like, hey, I'm like, cool. Whatever he says is legit. Let's go. Where are we? Yeah, Max is a good dude. Max. Let's see. Adrian from Scotland, thank you for the super chat. Again, these are not necessary. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And you're welcome. Let me know. And Adrian, whatever I'm gonna go to Scotland too. I'm actually part Scottish, if you believe that. And I'm very Irish too. Let me know which one you choose, and then please follow up on any video and let me know what you think of your purchase. I am interested, and I'll remember. So let me know what you pick out, and then let me know how you like it. Let's see. Oh, you never know, Lisa. A lot of times, a lot of times you're like, I'm not even sure. I'm not Polish though, but I am part Scottish. He was like, I'm Polish, dude. I didn't know, Adrian. But let me know how you like that TV, please. AJ, what's up? Dude, look at AJ got The Exorcist as his His profile pic. Let's see. Did you pass on the X95L because of Samsung's better gaming features? Oh, and the X90L seems to be looking good. Um, yes, actually, the X95L is excellent, but I'll tell you that as much as I like Sony, I prefer the Z9K at 85 inches to the X95L, and I'm going to compare those guys in a few weeks. But and this is not anything against Sony or even LG. I want something different. And this goes back into the influencer conversation, and I'll definitely have Max on there too. I'll do a panel. The plan is to get Paul on there, get a lot of these guys and talk about with influencers because there is a do as I say, not as I do scenario. And what I mean by that, AJ, and for all of you guys, when you watch something that we choose, it's definitely a like towards that product, right? So if I say I'm getting the QN95C, you can look at that and say, okay, he likes it. I would probably like it if you hear what I say in terms of why I want it. But don't get it twisted. As an influencer, I hate that word, but as a YouTuber, whatever, I don't fall in love with any of them. So this TV is a few years old. It's going into another room. They get donated, they get whatever. So, meaning your choice for you might be 3, 4 years. For me, it could be 6 months, could be a year, could be 2 years. The reason this one's still here is that I barely use it. I don't even know if my C1 has, it might have, if 2000 hours, maybe, and I'm sure Max and the rest of the guys from YouTube will tell you we don't have a chance to really um, watch as much content as we like. We test the crap out of them. We don't watch as much. I'm actually looking at also the Samsung QD ultra wide monitor just to try it. But to your point, AJ, I'm glad Sony um is catching on with gaming, but they're still pretty far behind as far as I'm concerned. I think the game bar was great, but it's anemic compared to the others. And you know, I just don't think we're at that point yet. Unis, I'm a subscriber, just tuned in. Are you under the influence? I certainly am, bro. Um, I mean, I'm drinking a little twisted tea right now, so no, not yet. I'm a big boy, so it'll take a while, but I'm glad you're feeling good, and I'm glad you're a subscriber. Thank you for jumping in, saying what's up. Guys, how often you change TV? You guys let him know in the comments how often you guys change TVs. For me, it could be a few years, it could be, um, the problem is what do you do with them? And it's really an interesting conversation. So I've had people say, let's just say this. If I say, I'm gonna let's say the C1. If you say to somebody, who Max, 2 years, baby. Um, if if I say to myself, okay, I have a C1, it's barely used. And you can tell some of your friends that are wealthy, hey, look, I have an 83-inch TV, it's barely used, it's a Clee panel. Would you like to purchase it? Right away, they say, well, how much? And you might say, okay, I'll give you, how about $1,000? It's, well, I can get one at Costco, 86 inches for 500 bucks. And I'm telling you, without fail, someone will always say to me, um, well, why? And here I am basically giving it to them. And it creates this very, and I'm not going to do like Facebook Marketplace, have people come to my house or anything like that. But it's amazing where people will be like, well, I don't want that. I can get it. So go get the cheap one. But because they see TVs as being very disposable, it's very, very hard to sell them, at least in my opinion, for where I'm at. So definitely great TV. The KS8000 was very good. I had the 9000, which was the higher end one, and it was a nightmare. But they were also the KS8000 maxed out at 65. It had much better screen uniformity, and the F7000 was fantastic. Did I miss the G3 giveaway? I don't do giveaways, Robin. I don't do any of the memberships or any of that stuff. But I do appreciate it. Unless you want to buy one, I'll get you one of those. And here's one of the original gangsters too. Buddy Love, thank you so much for the super chat. Again, super chats are not, they're cool. They're great. I appreciate them. Buddy Love, that shows a lot of love to me. And thanks for buying me a cocktail, but they're not something that you guys need to do. So please don't. But Buddy Love, thanks for being there, man. And when you see these guys, I only say guys in a general way, you see them through the years. And I'll tell you guys, when you look at especially what happened in the shutdown, I prefer it sounds terrible. I'm very outgoing, but I prefer you guys to the real world, if that makes sense. I like tonight, I was looking forward to getting on. I pushed it an hour back because I was out catching up because I was away, but I couldn't wait to see you guys. And that's legit. There's, it does mean something to me. You guys building this channel was never about, and I'm still don't know what I want to do with the channel, guys, in terms of what I want it to be. I don't want to become anyone else. I don't want to sell you anything. That's why I love this connection I have with Value Electronics. I don't have to sell you anything. You buy TVs from them, cool. I'm there filming them, but I'm not interested in doing sponsorships and things of that nature. I just don't want that to be a thing. So it's really about hanging out with you guys. And buddy, I'll just take that as you're again having a cocktail with me, and I really appreciate it. Much love. Hope you hang out tonight. And Adrian, thank you. I appreciate that too. Um, my Polish friend. But please let me know what you end up purchasing. Again, buddy, Adrian, thank you so much. Very, very cool. Really appreciate it. Karanko photo. I love my Sony OLED A1. He still looks amazing. That you know what's great? Thank you for letting me know because that was the first OLED from Sony, not their first. They actually did OLEDs in the late 90s, early 2000s that were tiny. But it's good to know that their first consumer one was still doing okay. Um, Karanko, let me know what your use case is. Do you use it a lot? Do you really baby it? Let me know, and let me know how the brightness is. If it's still pretty, how it looks. I remember that TV so well. Let's see. Thanks for jumping in, my friend. Is Robert going to carry the 98-inch TCL? That's an interesting question because I know it's very hard to tell him not to because he's all about grabbing the best stuff. Um, in his community where he is in Scarsdale, New York, I'm not sure anybody would buy it, because TCL and Hisense are still considered kind of bargain brands. He's going to carry them because they're that good. It might be hard to sell that one. He'll have no problem selling a Samsung or a Sony at that size or an LG Z2. It's just TCL and I mean this in the nicest way, they really need to get that consumer and and meet them. And I mean this in terms of you got to be in stores. That marketing's got to be there because if you want to, I'll give you an example. And I mean this, and again, I'm just being real with you. When I'm in a Best Buy or Costco or BJ's or one of those stores, without fail, there's a TCL or Hisense on the floor, and it ends up being the cheapest TV there. So people still attribute bargain brand, not because of their performance, but because of the way they've marketed it. So they need to kind of really commit to do that. And I'm all about them. It's great, but I can't recommend them to you because I watched it on FOMO stream. I need to be able to see it myself, which I will. But it's not like I don't cover them because I don't like them. It's just that if I don't have the TV, I can't give you I can tell you what I think of it, but I can't full out recommend it to you. Thanks, buddy. And then look, you're gonna see more of the tech therapy videos. And it's another thing about YouTube, guys, that's interesting is any creator will tell you this is what do you want to do versus what you think people on YouTube want to watch. So you end up doing less of what you want and more of what gets you views. And it's very hard not to chase that. Another thing I'll talk about with the influencing is when you do a video, it's not about time. Um, it's about effort, time, passion, editing, and then if that video dies, you're like, "Oh, okay, wow, I was on fire. These other videos did this." So then you start to shy away from, like, I did a video called, buying types, video TV buyer types, and it was like the thumbnail was like 7 versions of me. That video was not scripted, but I love that video. It's like my least performing video in the last year, and it kinda does make you a little shy and say, "Okay, maybe I'm not gonna put myself out there and do a video like that again. That one was maybe too funny or too this or too that." So, it's very we're all trying to find out what our communities want, and sometimes you end up being stuck being the comparison guy or the settings guy, and I don't want that to happen. Right now you're seeing a lot of comparisons and a lot of TVs. It's TV season, but I'm telling you, once TV season is over, I'm definitely going to break out. You'll see more interviews. You'll see me interviewing um other reviewers, like I said, Paul, those other guys. I'll start doing interviews with them. I really kind of want to get more into doing that. Like you saw me with Rob Brennan. I have guys from LG and Samsung I'm going to interview. So it'll be really cool. But I appreciate it. Oh yeah. See, thanks, Terry. Go back and watch that video, please. You know what's funny, Robin? It's not my title. I don't like saying it, but when we were at CES, every manufacturer called us that. Tech reviewer is still vague. That ends up being gaming computers, but I don't like saying it. They say it. So it's going to be tech reviewer for the rest of this video, Robin. Thanks, George. I really appreciate it. Oh, I love this. Tristan, Brian, you go on many vacations. Actually, was in London for business. And I was there with my wife and my family. I don't travel much at all in terms of vacations. I own my own business. I work crazy hours. It is not AV. I always keep secret. Well, a lot of us have secret identities. So it looks like I'm on vacation a lot. In reality, I don't travel much. I've not been out of the country in uh, 8 years, 10 years. So, but I appreciate it. I have some videos. So that's the one thing I'll say about the short videos. They're cool. I'll show you some of the things I saw up in London. Let's see. Let me go back up. Mm, 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 mm. If there's a certain thing you guys want to talk about, throw it at me because I can talk about any subject forever. I clearly have to come back. What's funny highlight too about the curved TVs, the curved monitors, the ultra wides, the curve is awesome. And I remember those curved mine was 78 inches. I was like, it's not really doing anything, but the curved monitors do really feel like you're more immersed. Scotland and George, I'm going to Scotland next time too. I hope you see the QM8. And let me know, guys, what do you have in terms of um what TVs are there? What TVs do you guys not get? I know I can't remember what company was it, Hisense or TCL, where I guess you were getting different quality models in different areas. Let me know if that's something you guys see. Spears and muscle fry. Dude, this popped up when we were doing our 16-hour G3 S95C, and I love seeing this person. Thank you so much. You're actually going to see me at M Wave with FOMO in Kansas City, and um, we'll be, Woody Sound Up, some of the other influencers. We're going to be up in Kansas City doing live streams with a lot of these TVs, so you'll see me doing that. I agree. I agree. I'm going to stop saying it. Let's see. Dude, look at that profile pic. I have not seen that movie. Please let me know. Blood of Heroes, Rutger Hauer. That one escaped me. I will definitely see it though, and I love your profile pics. I need that to happen. I'll definitely check it out. I miss Rutger Hauer, man. Rutger Hauer's voice is in my intro. that tech therapy intro where you hear him say, "I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Attack ships on fire." Blade Runner, that little ending to it, that is my, um, my thing, so J-Mac, what's up? Neon Frog, what's up, Terry? J-Mac, thoughts on Apple Vision Pro? I have let's see, I have, VR headsets. I use them for fitness, for, like, boxing and, exercise. Uh, I don't think they're gonna take over TVs. My fear for let's be honest here. In this little home theater, I have a couch, and no one's ever down here but me. It's not because I don't want anybody down here, but no one's down here but me. So, in theory, I could get rid of the couch, get one lazy boy, and just kinda hang out. So, but would I wear something on my face that long? And the answer is no. So I don't think it's what I would want yet. It would have to be amazing, amazing. But even then, it's having something on your face, um, totally isolated that I just can't do that yet. So I don't think it's going to be a big deal yet. It may be in the future though. George, Samsung Q99C soundbar. I would say probably not. I don't see a big difference year to year from them, except for price. But I haven't been able to really check it out yet. But I'll let you know. Blind Fury was good. Blind Fury was good. All right, here's Jennifer dropping knowledge. Apple Vision Pro is OMG, so clear, unbelievable. So Jennifer, if you guys don't know Jennifer, you gotta know Jennifer. Jennifer's one of my favorite people. Filmmaker, crazy talented. So she's probably really hung out with this. Check out her channel, subscribe to her channel. Jennifer's in all my videos. Her and the HCR Super channel, which is also her channel. Her and her team do amazing work. If she thinks it's amazing, then it's amazing. Would I still want it? I mean, like I said, I have a couple of the quests, and I even have a 4090 that can, do whatever, and I still haven't even plugged it in to use it. So let's see. Pedro, despite not being as good as an OLED, do you think the Q95C is good enough and overall more reliable? No burning. The Q95C is the best Samsung QLED this year. It is. Yeah, it's the best QLED so far. The 900C in some ways is a step back from last year's 900B. Um, until they update it. The 900B was a step back, and then they updated it. It was much better. But the QN95C is the best QLED they have. Many more zones than the competition. It's just expensive, Pedro. So you might want to wait a little bit. They do tend to drop in price quite a bit. They might not drop that much because now there's a clear delineation between the QN95 and the Q90, which last year the QN90 and QN95 were almost exactly the same. But, for me, that's why I'm choosing it. And it's interesting because everyone will say to me that, I clearly gave the X95 the edge. But is that the image you like? I like sometimes a more saturated, clean, sharp image. So that's why I'm choosing it. And I honestly and I'll say this to you, Pedro, and everybody else, I don't care what anybody else says. So as a tech reviewer, not an influencer. Why is my face covered by my own comment? Yeah, as a tech reviewer, I'll always take my own crew or the same um, research you do, but I don't let anyone make my decision for me. So for me, I don't care what they say. I've spent time with those TVs, Pedro, and to me, the Q95C is better for what I use it for. So that would say that, Pedro. I like it better. Thank you so much. Thanks for following. Let me. You said you were movie watching on it. You know, thank you so much. I really appreciate you popping by, saying hi. I mean, and I'll say this to you guys too. When you see measurements and why I don't do them, I don't. It's 10% window, 5% window, 2% window. Content. I want to see it in content. Why don't I show you movies? I'm not going to lose my channel. And you've seen all kinds of channels in different spaces literally get shut off by making the wrong decision. And when you see our crew put movies up, a lot of times the channel gets hit, then they fight it, and then maybe it gets released. I won't risk 6 years of work to show you a clip of The Matrix. So, but when it comes to content, and I've said this in the last video with the Z9K versus the S95C, when you see specular highlights, think jewelry, think that's when you can really see it. That's when you can see an OLED sparkle. That's why the star test, Starfield, they shimmer. And on an LED, even a Z9K, it's flat, right? If you then take that and flip it the other way, and you have an explosion that is 10% or 15%, talking about percentages, there's no way an OLED can compete with that. That TV's 2000 nits and that explosion hits, it has more we call HDR impact. So I don't know how many movies you watch where dudes got have watches and you're like, oh my God, look at the shimmer. I'm more about the explosions. And I do feel on LEDs, the HDR impact feels like real heat at times. Now, the contrast ratio is king, but I'll tell you, having a C1, the banding is horrendous on WRGB OLEDs during certain content. And unfortunately, raised blacks, or if you've seen other channels that do the HDR gaming channels, almost every HDR is broken. So there's banding on all these movies, not because the TV is really bad. It's because there's that 15% gray on all the content we watch. I don't see that with LEDs. It was a long way to say that. Yeah. Brooklyn Blaze, what's up? How are you, my friend? Thanks for jumping in. Uh, a lot of people want it. I don't think it's important at all. I think it's a cool feature if it ever really comes to fruition and we have content. I don't. I have not really even spent time with it. I know Value Electronics has it, and we never end up, using it. So, and here's why I'll tell you, it's not a huge deal because even if your TV doesn't support it, they're going to do adapters for that. So you'll see a TV that doesn't have that feature, they'll sell an adapter that goes into your USB or something like that, and you'll have it. So when it comes out, all your TVs will support it in a way. That's what I'm hearing. I appreciate it, my friend. Oh boy, been there forever. It's good, man. 85-inch QM8 is excellent. Z9D is legendary. But the Z9D is getting older. And it's 65-inch Z9D. What you're definitely going to appreciate, David, is the motion because the Z9D and the what was the TV I had, 940E, had a slower pixel response. So they had a little blur that I was very being a gamer, I saw a lot more. So I would definitely s- definitely say you'll see a huge upgrade, and it's the Z90 as bright as it was, you'll appreciate the QM8, especially the price. Right on point. Don't knock watches. I'm sorry. I was just saying. Dude, how good is that timing? My man's in here with the channel going, wait a second. I appreciate that. It's hysterical. Here, one of my favorite people are in the house. High Def News. What's up? I really appreciate it. Won't be long before 100K. It's gonna be forever. I am the slowest growing channel, I think, in YouTube history, which isn't a knock on the community, obviously. It's more on what I've done over the years. I'm like the OG of our group. I've been on YouTube longer than any of the other guys that you watch in a lot of ways, other than Vincent and Caleb. But I've been on there one of the longest, but it's been more of a hobby and a passion. And the reality of turning it into a career is it's daunting because you do at some point have to start becoming very commercial. And even though, like, again, you'll see me talk about Value Electronics, I give them props because I'm in their store. I don't want to do commercials. So I don't want to really I don't want to do a ambient light on my TV or, a game chair review. And that those are the things that I get asked to do. And there's nothing wrong with those products, but I just don't, it's just not my thing. You know what I'm saying? So watches though, but high def news, this is on the cusp of all the TVs and AV. Check him out on Twitter, and always shouts us out and passes along our videos, which means a lot. I really appreciate it, my friend. Thank you for jumping in. Let me go back up. Mm, 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 mm. Let's see. Has anybody in the chat recently bought a TV? Are you guys in the market for a TV? Favorite movie? Talk about whatever you want. Doesn't have to be TVs, guys. Talk some smack. Tim, is the S95C worth the premium over the S90C or S95B? Um, no, but yes, I would definitely go with the S95C. The differences that you end up seeing are a little more clarity, a little brighter when the content pushes it, which is like the spears and muscle. A lot of regular content, you're not going to see it, but I love knowing that headroom is there. So I would buy it. And when it comes to being worth the premium, Tim, is I wouldn't want you to stretch the budget to get there if you're not comfortable. That's when the S95 or S90C or S95B are great, is the value. But if you can afford that jump and you're not hurting yourself, then I would go with the S95C. It just has more headroom, is for me anyway. And the build quality is a little better. I skipped this one, Robin. My bad. I have a tech question. Will an 8K TV upscale 4K and full HD at the same time when using split screen or multiple screens on an 8K TV? That's a great question. It'll bring them all up to 8K. It won't. So will 8K TV upscale 4K and full HD at the same time? Yeah. Yeah, they'll all be 8K. Will they look good? I don't know. I've not noticed 1080p to look very good in 8K. 4K, very good 4K can look very good in 8K, but low quality 1080p can look bad in 8K, especially when the processing. You got to remember, upscaling is really the addition of false pixels. It's not. It's not really cleaning it up. It's adding more processing to the image, and at times it can look worse. So yes, they should both be 8K. Will it look good? I have no idea. If the 900C was better this year, I would have it just to see what the 4090 can do in terms of graphics cards. Now I'm going back like an hour. Sorry, Nick. Why is it taking so long for the QN95Cs to show up in Best Buys and normal retailer? That's a great question, Nick. Hope you're still out there listening. I don't know, to be honest. I know that Robert from Value Electronics, they're dealers, and there's a dealer portal, which means they have access, but Samsung typically doesn't cater to those retailers. Samsung doesn't care. Sony might do that for someone like Robert, who's a diamond dealer, in Sony and LG. I think it's Premier, um, something, or preferential. So they end up getting that, but Samsung typically doesn't do that. I don't know why they're not there, to be honest. And but it seems like they're only giving that group to the higher end stores, and it could be because they don't have that many units, Nick, and they aren't going to spread them out. It's only three sizes, so they may hold them back and see what the interest is. But it's a great question. I expected they'd be there already. They're not, and I'm telling you, Nick, Samsung doesn't play around. They put their TVs out. I don't know why that one's not there yet. The QN95B last year took time, but that also came out later in the year, Nick. So I love the TV. I think it's worth picking up. And I don't think going back to last year's QN95 works here. Oh, we're still here. Nice. Thanks for being patient. I appreciate it. My bad for taking a long time. Let's see. Station Outlook. LG G3. Sony X95K or Samsung S95B only for gaming. I can't decide. G3. S95B, excellent TV from last year, had been nerfed a little bit in comparison to this year's S95C. I think there's a difference between the two. The G3 is a powerhouse and one of the best OLEDs ever made, especially from LG. and its gaming features are only going to improve and get better. They are going to do some updates to put back some of the things that they took away, and I would say that I would go with the G3. The X95K is very good, but at 85 inches, I would not go below that size. So station outlook G3 for me. Easy choice. Please follow up and let me know how you like it. It's not that it's too early for 8K. It's it's the first typically when we have new resolutions, there's always a format behind it. Blu-ray, HD DVD, DVD, VCRs, whatever. There was always the promise of a format. 8K was the first to ever not have a format lined up. The resolution always comes before the ability to render it, but there's at least a format on the way. And 8K went out without one. So, and the fact that we're having these energy concerns in the UK, UK, Europe, which that makes no sense. You have electric cars driving everywhere. You're worried about um 8K, and Terry's saying, 4K took forever too. Definitely, but I mean, Terry, they've been out for a long time. The 900R, they had the ST, they had it's like the fifth year. So in gaming, the console guys always get mad at this. Your consoles can't even do 4K. I have a 4090 that can barely do 8K. I need DLSS to do 8K. So even with a graphics card that's 2 grand and a monster, 8K is still so very far away. My pleasure, Nick. I really, really appreciate it. Again, let me know how you like it. Have you heard from Robert if Sony will be releasing a follow up to the 42-inch A90K OLED in 2020? That's a great question. Actually, no, they're not going to be A90K. No, that's not going to be. No, those are carryovers. Sony this year, if there's anything I was very disappointed in, is they had carryovers. 42, 48 carried over. Um, the X95L is a carryover in many ways, and the Z9K is a carryover. So, and that's why my video about Samsung just killing you with quality, but with numbers. I mean, every size you can imagine they have. And Dan, what's a hard sell for 42 and 48-inch OLEDs is they're very expensive. You're actually paying for the form factor versus paying for a smaller TV. You're paying for a form factor, and they're more expensive. So that TV is basically the successor to the A9S. It's not even a successor. It's not even an A9G, A90J, I should say. So no, you won't see a successor to that one for a while. Yeah, and you're happy, Terry, that it's carried over. There's one in Japan, which I don't understand, but let's go back up. Yep, and look at here's Jen clarifying. And Jen had the 900R. Jen, how are things? I miss you, my friend. And guys, show some support to our creators in Canada. They're going through a real hard time right now as far as algorithms and allowances for their content to be shown outside of Canada. So do me a favor, check out her channel, check out your Canadian, creators. They're getting hit to where, Jen explained it to me. You can look it up. There's articles on it. But definitely help her out. She's awesome. Sardar Yilma, yeah, Sardar. Is X95L much better than the X95K? Why is X95L better? It is better. So I'll tell you that it's not brighter. It's just better processing, better light control. The blooming is non-existent. The X95K did have some blooming, but the X95L is only one size. So comparing it to last year's X95K, you'd have to compare it to the other 85, which was stunning, which Max, if he's still here, has it. It is better. Better light control, better processing. Is it night and day? It isn't, but it's better than what was last year by an amount. But I'll tell you this, I like that Sony followed up and gave everybody from last year the game bar. I just thought it was bad timing to do that. You're doing that while you're releasing new TVs, when one of the only reasons to buy the new TV is for the game bar and those other settings. So I was surprised they did that, but I think it's better. Especially well, obviously 85 is what you're looking at, but I would go with the new one, Sodar, especially just for following up. I think it's a better TV and the processing is, top notch, especially the new clear up conversion. Excellent. What sound system you guys have? I have a 11 channel Dolby Atmos Denon 6700H and some amps and stuff. So that's what I have. I don't know what everybody else has got. Tell them what you got, everybody. No, you just ordered it now, Tavar? There you go, my friend. Nice. Let me know what you how you like it. Oh, Tony Zeno in the house. What's up, Tony? Tony's another one that's been around forever. What's up, my friend? Good to see you. Good to see you. Tony, what's up? Oh boy. I'm good, my friend. How are you? All right, we go. And that guy from the S95C. That was funny. That you know about the frog guy? Again, let me know how you like it. All right. I'm probably way behind. Let's see. Way back up. Leith King. QN90B or X93 yeah, X93L if money is not an issue. I like the QN90B. X95 X93L that would be 55 wait, no, I'm sorry, 65, 75, or 85. So then you're saying you're looking at the QN90B at 65. It kind of goes into what I was saying with this year, Leith, is the QN90B still better for gaming. If you're a big gamer, I would go with the QN90B, because it does have the game bar, it does have all the presets, 144 hertz, all that. I like the QN90B. As far as overall picture quality, processing, blooming is still better on the QN90B, just the way Samsung approaches it. X93L has a little bit of blooming. I would still go probably with the X93L. But if you take money and put it back into it, I would then say the QN90B is a much better value. But as far as overall viewing experience, not gaming, depending your percentage, X93L looks better. But if you're a gamer, QN90B, and I hope that helps. I know it's not a definite answer, but I hope it helps. AJ, looking at the 65-inch X95L, 75-inch X90L, but should I consider the 65-inch C2? That is the best question. And you got to look at it this way. X90L, I have not spent time with yet. Typically, I would have gotten that one from Robert and brought it home. I was away, so he may have it now. I'll show it to you. The X90L has a very small zone count, but every year the X90K, X90J, they start off getting killed in the reviews. And then by the end of the year, they're a fan favorite because they come out pretty expensive. But no matter how good the X95L is or the C2, it'll never overcome the 10 inches of immersion the X90L can give you. If you need a 75-inch TV, AJ, it beats the both of those because simply, and I guess you're not in the US, AJ, because if you have a 65-inch X95L, which we don't have here in the States, I would say that overall picture quality, the C2 would still be better. It's an OLED. Um, Great processing, contrast ratio. It's bright, it's beautiful. But as far as immersion, I would go with the X90L if you need a TV that size. I'm, my TV is 83 and I'm 5 feet from it. So I'm not the one to talk about when it comes to the heavyweight division, but I would say X90L if you needed a 75-inch TV. Which is interesting, guys, because last year, I think Classy did this, um, where he went down in size from a 77-inch TV to the 65-inch QD OLED, and at first he loved it, but that size drop is impossible. You can sit as close as you want. So for some people, going they went with A95Ks. They went with the best TV they could buy at 65. The problem was they really wanted something larger, and the best TV in the world can never be larger if it's not, right? So I love the S95C and the G3. There's no way I'm going from an 83-inch down to 77. Never gonna happen. And because I've owned TVs this size, the size difference is massive. Let no one tell you it's not. Massive. So, that said, choose the one size you need and then go quality from there. Bitrate. No one has done an LG G2 versus LG C3. I actually can do one for you, and I'll do one for you. C3 video. Both are 1500, and I'm not sure many are looking at both. Hope to see one day soon. If I can manage it, I'll do it for you. I would still favor the G2. I do like it. It's brighter. The C3s doesn't have the heat sink. I would go with the G2 as long as you like the design. You still have to buy a stand for it if you're going to hang it. I would still go with the G2. C3 is excellent, but the C3's brightness, its APL brightness is processing only, much like the C1 and the C2 was a good jump over the C1, but its brightness was just kind of unlocked due to processing. The G2's brightness is really there. So I would go with G2. But if I can get that comparison done for you, I will. I don't know why I didn't do that. Didn't do that one. Come on. Okay. Let's see. Start doing these in accents. Do a Van Damme one here. Tony Zino. Brian, which do you choose? 75-inch Q90B or the 8K 900B? Ooh. I knew the 900B is crazy bright, but how is the gaming? Excellent. The 900B is better than the 90B. It is brighter. The gaming is as good, especially if you have no, you have it in there as a QN900B. It's just like 900 Q900B. That doesn't matter. I would go with the 900B. The 8K, the pixel density, it is very bright. I would go with that if you can swing it, and it's crazy bright. The better question would be 900B versus 900C. So I would do that definitely. I'll try doing a little Van Damme accent there for you guys. How's everyone doing in the comments? Oh, someone had a Van Damme comment in here. Who had it? I think it was Crypto had a comment. Oh, there he is. Boom. Brian, will there ever be another actor like Arnold, Van Damme, or Stallone? I would say no. As far as like these action heroes, I guess you would say The Rock is that. Which I think the challenge you're seeing is that having someone like that, like The Rock, for instance, seeing these guys like Extraction 2, for instance, Chris Helmsworth could be that. It's just hard to say those guys are going to take that mantle because they won't be committed to that action status. If you look at Arnold, it got silly, Kindergarten Cop, Stallone, they get kind of silly. Van Damme just, Van Damme is crazy. Um, you'd have to find an actor that's dedicated to being the next action hero. And what we saw with Bruce Willis and Nick Cage was you could get a better actor, put 5 pounds of muscle on them, and they can be your next action hero because they could act. Where in theory, Arnold struggled and Stallone struggled. And man, Stallone was a great pure actor if you look at First Blood and a lot of his other films. But I don't think you have to find somebody who's who fits that bill. And we're not really going for that big testosterone, jacked, crazy guy now. They don't want to be stuck in that group. So I would say no, you're not going to see that because they'd have to really kind of put themselves in a box. But what's so funny is just seeing like Tom Cruise, for instance, with Top Gun and his Mission Impossible, the blurry, come on, Mission Impossible films try to cater to that a little bit more, very simplistic, fun action. Um, we just want things to be basic sometimes. To me, I'm just, as much as I like John Wick, at a certain point, you're like, geez, enough. You're going to kill 5,000 people per movie. Commando, come on, get to the chopper. So I would say no. I can't see an actor just, giving up their future to be just that. And you know, it's funny, Jason Statham, I liked him better in, like, Lock, Stock and those other movies, much better actually, but yeah, he was good. But, you know, I think with Arnold and Stallone, those guys were larger than life, Van Damme too, it's just, it's hard. You in that business, you just don't wanna get stuck in any particular thing. Speaking of great guys, and I was just talking about him, Gaming Tech. What's up, Marcus? How are you? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Great channel, great guy, does great work. His channel actually passed mine. He started only a couple years ago. Does HDR settings for gaming. I think he has an S95C now. Great guy. Definitely gonna collaborate with him soon. We planned on doing it a few times, and we'll definitely do something together soon if you're still down. I think you're in Australia, so the time difference. But great guy, does great work. And it's having him here is what we were saying before about like WRGB OLEDs. For me at 83, I think Marcus had 65-inch G3, G2 maybe. The banding on my TV larger with those raised blacks, you can see banding everywhere. So for me, the S95C had better gradients. You couldn't see that at all. So I'm sure he's seeing that too. But these games, every single one of them comes out with broken HDR. So thanks a lot, my friend. We got to get up and let me know if you still want to get together. Good dude. But that's what I'm trying to say to you guys is when you look at communities, when I started YouTube, I was just you guys were with me. A lot of you guys were with me at that time. Hold on. Put something in the background. You guys were with me at that period of time. A lot of you. YouTube was all about ripping down other people. It was always ripping down another channel. And we don't deal with that. Our crew, the community that we roll with, and Gaming Tech is part of it. We all collaborate. We protect each other. We don't have any desire to rip apart another channel. If we have nothing good to say, we won't say anything. But the fact that you're seeing, a gaming channel who covers TVs hang out with another TV channel, it just really, you had, Tech Giant was on here, Max was on here. You see us all collaborating. You can't beat that. And everybody on here is positive. And, what's interesting with YouTube now, it's all about reaction, hate, and, my reaction to this video is a reaction to that when it's all about ripping each other down. You got channels being started on a demise of another channel. And I can never understand that in a million years. You'll never see it here. I'll never. These people can come at me. I've had people attack me from other channels. I would never in a million years even respond because to have toxicity outside of your regular life, it makes no sense to me. And when you see somebody like Gaming Tech and even Plaza TV for Gaming is in and just popped in here too, who's another channel who does excellent work. You know what? I'll say this while Gaming Tech is on here. Shouting each other out, right? I never get shouted out. Never on YouTube, never. Even my own crew doesn't shout me out. And I would never ask for a shout out. When I was coming up in YouTube, that was the biggest thing you can do is, oh, can you shout me out? And then you're vouching for that channel. I've been burned that way by my own time people I was collaborating with 4 or 5 years ago. Now it's lifting each other up. It's helping each other. It's, when we look at each other as competitors or not competitors, in theory, me, FOMO, Brandon, are we competing? We're like golfers. We're on the course together. We're not really competing with each other. And we're going to be hopping over each other. Like you said, Gaming Tech passed me. I've been doing this for 6 years. And all I can do is clap and hope his channel continues to grow. And I know he feels the same way. And he's in another country. And that's community. Everyone says, "Oh, my community." I started this community. I do have a community. Our communities share each other. But discrediting each other and ripping each other down, never in a million years. Never in a million years would go after a channel. Even if a channel does something that isn't accurate or I don't agree with, I'm not going to ever make a video tearing another channel down. Never happen. And I'll tell you this as well. Anybody that I'm with, collaborating with. And I've had this conversation with those guys. If they want to go after another channel, I won't talk to them anymore. So when we get into attacking this channel versus that one, if you want to go do that, then you won't be speaking with me. That's just the way I roll. There's just no reason to do that. So um see, it's a healthy competition, but I think that's a harsh word. I think we learn. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Well, and the cool thing about that, and even Plasma TV for Gaming, I'll put his comment up in a minute. If I have a question, reaching out to them is it's we do learn, and we learn from you guys, which is key. And and he had said that we want to do more together. It's just time. It's true. We have a huge time. We have a time difference. It's but as a content creator, he knows you're putting 12, 13 hours into a video. It's hard to spend right now. We're an hour and 20 minutes. But see, I'm here for this tonight. I'm not here for likes. I'm not here for super chats. I'm here to actually hang out with you. So if we were all together, I want you to envision this. We're out together. We're in a bar together. We're in a gym together. That's why I do live streams. So super chats are cool. I appreciate them. You don't have to like this video. This video is not going to be public after this. It's the community. It's for me to say thank you. I love you. I appreciate your friendship. You're not fans of me. We're just the community. I'm just the guy with the camera. That's how I truly feel. My knowledge is not more than yours. I'm just a dude filming. So, it's that's what it's all about for me. And I do appreciate you, Marcus. Thanks for jumping on, bro. My boy Paulie. What's up, Paulie? Paulie's been on camera with me. Iceman and the Bob with another dude with a channel. Check him out. What's up? No. And I'll tell you this too. What's funny is when you look at like CES, you're gonna see me in person. So I'm about 6'3", about 260. So, Tech Giant's the big boy. We gotta see each other in person. It's a small community. Um, and again, competition, but it's just I don't know, I can't explain it. And I do feel this way, guys, because and this is the real talk of what these community chats are. When you're a creator, all right, um, when you're a creator, it's amazing how much hate is in the comments, right? Criticism, hate, um, every day. I hate your face. I hate your voice. I hate your videos. I hate this. I hate that. It's it's a lot. But to get it from another creator or another channel, I want the biggest channels in the world are reaction channels to a downfall of another channel. How they react to a Dave Chappelle video. Then you'll see a comedian react to a comedian watching David Chappelle. That's like TikTok. That's not content. That's just you know, what am I going to watch gaming text video and do a video on my reaction to his video? Now, I used to do that if I was watching a review, say Vincent back in the day or Caleb, I would then not critique the review, but I would say, "Oh, what do you think of the video?" But I was also just starting as well. But Iceman and Bob, what's up? Let's see. Boom. Another great dude. Another great dude. Does great work. Congratulations, Brian. I admire the way you grew this channel and how you support many other content creators. Keep it up. Now there's no going back. Take a second. Again, gaming tech is bigger than me now. But if you guys can just click on their Iceman and the Bob as well, click on their name and follow them back and just subscribe to their channels. Another brilliant guy, learning on the fly. Gaming tech, they do similar content, but the detail that they both go into. What I love about both of their content is they're not afraid if something isn't accurate per se. Like gaming tech does this, plasma for TV gaming. If I'm dealing with banding, for instance, you almost need these guys to let you know you can knock down black stabilizer or one of those features to darken it and not knock you out of HDR. That's the worst problem with HDR is a lot of times you feel like If I mess with this setting too much, am I still in HDR? Even though the banner will still say HDR, but their work painstaking. Gaming Tech does an amazing job. Plasma TV for gaming goes deep. My boy goes deep. He shares his settings. He shares the calibrations on. He has a phone app. So I love that you really put yourself out there for that. Great guy. Appreciate the super chat, man. And again, we're all going to get on here and collaborate. I've been missing from YouTube as far as live streams. I've been on other live streams, like FOMO's my guy, but and he's always willing to come on here with me. But a lot of times we're on his channel, so I'll be doing more of these. But I like doing these videos solo when I'm talking to you guys because I want to be able to talk to all of you versus a particular TV. So these I've done 5-hour live streams like this, no problem, because it's nothing for me to go to a restaurant and hang out with you for 5 hours. That's how I look at it. So thank you so much for the super chat, my friend. Keep rocking your channel. Check out his channel. It's only going to grow. I think right now he actually has a plasma. And my boy from Vienna, John Hooper. What's up, baby? John Hooper, another plasma guy. John is one of my favorites from back in the day. What's up, John? John is in Vienna. How are you, my friend? Much love, man. Much love. DJ, I think you meant what I was saying before, but how are you? Thanks for jumping on. How are you guys doing? You guys having a good time? I know these are not like typical um live streams. I tend to just talk about real life stuff more than going on and on about settings or something like that. But if you have a question about a TV or anything, let me know. Cosmo, great work, Brian. With your access to Value Electronics and their TVs, you should post some of the calibration numbers for the TVs you have reviewed. You're not wrong, Cosmo. I'll tell you why I don't do that. Because the calibration numbers that are done there are Dwayne Davis, D Nice, if you guys know D Nice. And I love D Nice, or Dwayne Davis, D Nice. Love him, love his work. But if I was going to share those numbers, I would have to have him present them. And that's just the way I am. I will never take gaming tech's work and then pass it off as my own. That makes sense. So I can get with Dwayne and get those numbers to you guys, but I would want him to present them. It's just the way I am. But you're right. And I'll definitely work on doing that more. You're absolutely right, Cosmo. I appreciate that. Did I miss this one, Brooklyn? Hold on. I might have missed this one. Scusi. Oh, no, right here. Hold on. We go here real quick. Michael, thank you for the super chat. Again, super chats are not necessary. I appreciate it. It's really cool thing to do, but that's not what you have to do to get my attention. I'll just keep going back up and down. But thank you, Michael. Back in the 80s and 90s, you would get excited when Arnold and Stallone were coming out. Now I'm excited for directors like Tarantino. Excellent point. There was a great video from the guy that plays not Hawkeye. Um, from Captain America. I forget his name. He was in a lot of movies. He talked about back in the day, you went to go see a Tom Cruise movie, a Schwarzenegger film, a Van Damme film. You didn't care what the film was. You just went to see that film. For me, that was like Pixar. I would go see Pixar every time out. And yes, that's a really good point. Someone like Tarantino, because the work is a certain way. But I do not have that loyalty anymore. I don't go see Brad Pitt movies. Love Brad, but what's interesting to your point is there's not any really one really does that even there's not really let's do that. There's not really one particular actor that can carry it alone anymore. I would say two would be Tom Cruise, obviously, but look at the budget movie. And I'll tell you this about Tom Cruise. I know people that know the guy and have talked about life with him over the years. I don't think these guys really want to do those movies as much. He loves action, he loves theater, but he's an artist. Tom Cruise is an artist. Those guys don't want to keep jumping. He jumps out of planes anyway, but they want to do more. Kind of like how as us as creators, we want to do different things, but if you do a video and it gets a couple hundred views, you're like, I'm not doing that again. So to your point, they do what like right now, Tarantino is I think he's got one more film left. He knows making movies the way he does is dicey. And it's a shame because right now the movies I think that are out are unwatchable. And I realize even coming home on a plane, I couldn't even I was watching 2001 Space Odyssey. Michael, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Well said. Brooklyn Blaze. I listen to everyone, Brian. Was my first. Ooh, I was your first. Did he make it special for you? I listen to everyone. My first and got me interested in television. I appreciate all the content creators. And we all have different takes. I'm telling you, you don't I think if you follow one of us, you're missing out. You really should follow everyone, to a degree. If somebody's outlandish and you're like, this guy's crazy, or saying just crazy things, then I would say, But I'm saying for the most time, watch as many as you can and get different takes. Because I'll give you an example. Like if you look at, say, Vincent is super analytical, super knowledgeable, brilliant guy, really knows his stuff. His sense of humor, some people love it, some people don't. I like his work. But you have to say to yourself, do you like the image he likes? That's key. I know people that will just listen to that and nothing else, but then aren't accuracy nuts. If you're into accuracy, then that's the guy you should listen to. But if you're only, and I would have people come at me and say, well, dude, you're not this guy, you're not that guy. No, I'm not. I don't want to be that guy or this guy. So I would say take like the Vincents and then go to Caleb and me and all the other guys and then say, okay, I do, you know what? This bit of information. Like today I was looking at these ultra wide monitors, and one random YouTuber said that he really missed the 4K resolution in favor of the ultra wide. That's a little piece of information that I caught, that he said, being somebody who's into 4K, he missed the resolution. I didn't know who that creator was, but he was more real. Guys like Plasma TV for gaming that are just coming up, they have the time to really get in the weeds. They have the time to really get with the community. It's so valuable because they can get you on a one-on-one, which the channels get larger, you have less time to do that. It's a shame, but the information is great from everybody. So I would listen to everyone. This is a good point as well, because you can see ratings.com, love those guys. Um, but their panels are different. They're in Canada. So for them, I think the C1 was very dim in comparison to, say, my C1. So they're a good, useful guide, but if you get hung up on them, it can be detrimental. I'm gonna actually definitely do an interview with those guys too. Trying to get the guy I'm trying to get is Cedric, the main guy, just for an interview. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. Much love. Cheers. Can't believe I was your first. I love you, baby. I was your first. Patrick, what's happening? I love your live streams, tech therapy vids. Um, I appreciate it. I'll definitely do more of them. I have to get to a schedule where I do tech therapy videos every week. And these kind of conversations are tech therapy videos. What's so funny is people will say to me, "Well, the videos are too long." That's another thing, guys. We'll talk about YouTube quickly. YouTube is pushing towards these shorter videos. So cut your intros, cut the what's up, baby? Mwah. Um, it it's what was my point there? Oh, so when you like read the YouTube formula and those books, the new way of doing YouTube is short. Give them what they want. Cut the intro. Do this, do that. And I'm not interested in doing that content. There's also content for everyone. The more professional my videos try to sound, the more I dislike them. I love Caleb's content. I love ratings. I don't want to be them. No desire to be them. I know them. I don't want to do that content. Yes, I added music to my videos, and um they're definitely more professional than they used to be. But I don't want to get to where like people are like, I don't want to see your face. I'm like, okay, but that's why there's fast forward. That's why you can skip. So I'd rather let my channel grow slow like this than literally trying to sell out and get there faster. I can do that. I just really don't want to do that. Cosmo, thanks, Brian. I would have or ask you to do it any other way. The thought behind it is more knowledge for more. Totally agree with it. And D Nice is great. It would just be like, I'll give you an example. Cosmo is D Nice. It's not just that that, Dwayne is recording the numbers. That's his job. He's doing that as a job. So me sharing that without him would be like, hey, let me get your work and put it out. So he would have to provide the context behind it. So I'm not there a lot when he's there simply because he's got TVs everywhere and I don't want to be in his way, but I'll definitely look to do more of that, Cosmos, and I'll contact him. Maybe I'll get him on here and he can talk about it. He's a good dude, real good dude. Really knowledgeable, but again, he's there doing a job. So when I'm there and he's there, he's just trying to get his job done. But I'll definitely check with him and maybe just have him present the numbers for you. But I do appreciate you bringing it up. I love that you love the content, my friend. I really appreciate it, Lisa. Kyle's covers. Thank you, my friend. Look at the guitar. Everybody's rocking guitars in their profile pics. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here for a long time. Kyle's been here for a while too. I mean, it's what you want to watch, right? So I found sometimes when the videos got too slick, Iceman, it would be more slick and less content. Sometimes when you see me doing a comparison and I shot it already and I'm doing the voiceover, there's more information in that discussion than there is for me scripting something. Now, there's nothing scripted about an hour and 36 minutes. I can do this whole thing and not stutter. My videos are all unscripted. There has to be that spontaneity to a conversation that brings out, oh, I like this part or I enjoy this, at least for me. So when I'm advised to make my videos 9 minutes or 7 minutes or whatever, it's not less work. It's just clever editing. And I'm not interested in doing that. So my channel will just grow slower. That's all. Okay, let me go back up. How are we doing, guys? We got an hour 37 minutes in. Everybody doing okay? Let's see. Mm, 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 mm. You said in a few weeks the 85 inch. In theory, they should be different because they are larger, but they would be pretty equal just in terms of maybe would be if it's 85 versus 85 and then 75 or 75, there'd be very little variance. If it's 85 versus 75, just the size alone. But no, they should be pretty equal, and you'll see it soon. Bullet Train was funny. That was good. But I liked in that movie was that with Tyler, the guy from he's into something else. I can't remember what he's in, but he's great too. He's Taylor Lautner, maybe? What his name is? I don't know. He's in the new Spider-Man, The Hunt or something. I don't know, but I liked him in that too. That was good. Christian Bale's awesome. He is good too. Let's see. Jay Steph 15, thank you so much for the super chat. Congrats. Thanks for all the information you put out. I really appreciate it. Again, super chats are not necessary, but I do really appreciate it. Very nice of you. And I'm glad you appreciate the content. Trust me, I appreciate you guys being here more than yeah, I appreciate you guys being here. So thank you so much. Very sweet of you. And I really, really appreciate it. That's awesome. Of course, that's what I'm here for, my friend. But again, very cool. Very, very cool. But again, not necessary, but I do really appreciate it. Horrendous. My experiences, Tavar, with Samsung is horrendous. Um, but as I mentioned in my last video about hating Samsung or liking Samsung, it's hard to um, say my experience with them out of all the people that buy them is a small percentage. It could be my person on the phone or whatever, but I think they're better than they were in 2017, which they were horrendous. They didn't care what you spent. They're like, "I'm sorry." What's funny is I would say what they tried to do, Tavar, was they wanted me to hold on to my TV until, my window was closed, my return window. They're like, "Ah, just hang on to this for a while." And I remember even when the tech came here, he was like, "Well, that's a nice TV." I'm like, "Can you see that blue?" It was a blue line down it. It's actually on the channel. And, he's like, "Nah, hold on to it." I was like, "Are you out of your mind?" Like, good luck getting a replacement, good luck getting it repaired. So it's not been good. I hear it is better, but it's not been good. So it's hard to recommend them for that reason. I can just hope that they don't break. You know what it is too, Tavar, it's more about your relationship with the retailer at that point. James, how is the BFI implementation on these TVs? Like on the new X95, I would say the low setting is cool. It smooths things out, but I just can't give up that brightness, And then anything heavier gets too dark, or you'll see that flicker. I see that flicker much more than other people, so I really don't use the feature, James. So I'm a hard person to ask. Plasma TV for gaming loves that type of feature. He's up in the comments. Hit him up. But for me, it's not a feature I use often. Samsung's Game Motion Plus does it without dimming the image, which is pretty cool. So, oh yeah, look here next time. Yeah, if you search me up, look up Whisper Status KS 9800. $12,000 TV, 78 inches. And occasionally during gaming, you can see it in my videos, it's just a blue line, like lightning. And yeah, they told me that hey, it only happens once in a while. Don't worry about it. I was like, are you out of your mind? And that was, yeah, I was told to keep it. And it was, here's the funny thing, they wouldn't even change out the board because the TV was too expensive. Could you imagine? It's like, too expensive. I'm not touching that thing. So yeah. But then again, like I said, if it's me, what I buy, I'm only holding on to for a little while. So, it's hard to go by what I buy. I'm not committing the same way you are. Everything for me is temporary. Every piece of equipment in here is temporary. Now, I don't switch things out often just simply because I don't have time to really enjoy them. And I'm in the heavyweight division. If I had 55-inch TVs, I'd change them out every 6 months. But at 80 inches, it's kind of hard to just say, okay, who wants this? I mean, you guys will probably take it, but if you're local, come get it. Hand pink waving. Oh, so check it out. So when in the comments for me on StreamYard, all I see is I don't see the emoji. I see hand pink waving. G2 or TCL QM8 for movie watching and a bit of gaming. Which would you buy? G2. G2 is an OLED. It's a high-end OLED. QM8 is still a mini LED. At the same size, the G2 will crush it. Um, as much as I love mini LEDs, it's the contrast ratio, it's the instant pixel response, it's the black level. They putting them against each other, the G2 will beat the heck out of it. Now, if it's for you saying G2 is still expensive, the QM8 is much cheaper. If you want to go value and tell me you're buying a 85-inch QM8 versus a 77 or a 65, I would go with a larger QM8. But only in that regards, George, would be at the same size, I'd have to go with the OLED. Larger QM8, let's just go 75-inch QM8, 65-inch G2, QM8. Size, good quality. Okay, George, follow me up with this. Boom. Okay, here's the thing, George. The G2s were notorious for having problems at 65 inches. So screen uniformity issues at 65 was a big thing. Pink screen, QM8. So I'm glad you delineated that. So I would go with the QM8. Only because, George, I mean, there's some good ones, but a lot of times the G2s had problems at the smaller size, especially 62. You'd see pink on the screen. James, I still have CRT and MEMS laser projector prioritize motion above pretty much everything else. I mean, Sony's motion, it all depends. Motion is very subjective. You know, if you are somebody that likes motion interpolation, soap opera effects, you may deem Sony's motion as not being good because it'll show artifacting. It doesn't need motion interpolation. So it all depends. Do you like, um, do you like soap opera effect? If you like that, there's a certain model that's better for that. If you like, do you like to, James, let me know, do you like to engage motion interpolation? You're welcome, George. I'm sorry to hear that, Steve. It's um it's a lonely thing too because you can't, especially nowadays, guys, you can't threaten, not to say you should threaten, but if you the all I can say, Steve, is you have to keep escalating it to the next and the next and the next and the next. But just you have to politely be firm, Steve, because if you get at all aggressive, they'll just hang up on you. And it's hard to keep your cool, believe me. Restocking fees, things of that nature. That's why I'm telling you, if you buy a TV, really kind of beat it up initially, and then see how you make out. But it's tough going through these. Um, they don't really have to help you, and they don't care if they lose you. So I'm sorry you're going through that, Steve. Let me know how you make out, man. But all I can say is continue to escalate, and then see if the retailer you got it from can help you. Sometimes, even if Best Buy's return window's closed, if you can approach them and say, "Hey, look, I got this 6 months ago. Is there anything you guys can do for me?" Sometimes they can and will help you. So that's why where you buy it is important. But let me know how you make out. Lou Sequoia, I bought a Sony 80K because of your videos and couldn't be happier. Man, this TV does rock for the price tag. My pleasure. I'm glad you like the A80K. They're great TVs, and that's really what I want for you guys more than anything is to be content with what you have. Such an important part of what we do. And I'll tell you, when I went through all those defective TVs, it ruined me because all of a sudden I couldn't see anything but the flaws. And I still struggle with it. I still can see flaws in every TV I've ever seen. I can see banding from a mile away. I can see motion problems. So to have somebody like Lou who likes what they have and they're just happy with it and they still come around, that's really the best scenario for me and for you is to really enjoy it. Christian, have you seen the 97-inch G2? Yes, it's still a Value Electronics. I have a video on it. You can see it. I put the G2 against the 88-inch Z2, and it's pretty clean. I don't really see the banding on it. The problem with the banding, Christian, is it's not really a TV thing. It's a content thing. So it shows up in certain content. That one is pretty clean, but it goes back into what we're saying. 97 inches, they're massive. But Robert has his at Value Electronics, and again, Christian, look on my channel. That same TV I've done videos on. So check it out. Lisa loves the A95K. Great TV, best TV, one of the best TVs in the world. Here we go. All right, James. Soap opera effect is evil. Want to get the motion resolution that is there without. I mean, so to me, Sony has great motion in that regard. They don't need, they don't need that extra processing to get you there. So if you don't like motion interpolation, Sony is a good choice. Now you have to decide if you want an LED or an OLED. All right, guys, we've been going for almost 2 hours. How are you guys doing? Let me know if you guys need a break. Lisa, I've owned 4 Samsung TVs taking a break. That is all. I get it. Believe you don't seem what's funny is if I wasn't doing what I do on YouTube, would I go with Samsung? Probably not. It's just wanting something different for me more than anything. The G3 at 83 inches was what it is at 77 inches. Boom. I would have it. It's not though. and I can't pay top dollar for a TV that is not as powerful as a 77-inch. Same with the S95. And the reason I'm making the jump is that there is no indication that Samsung Displays is jumping to 83, and LG has the capability, but they're not jumping unless Samsung does. So what does that tell you? That's kind of hard. I mean, I certainly am like, let's see. Robert, been gaming on an 83-inch A90J for about a year. Found an 83-inch C2 for a dang good price. Should I get it for gaming? It's a good question. If you're gonna get it with, I wouldn't get rid of the A90J. The A90J is awesome. One of the best TVs ever made. The A90J still looks awesome. I would say that the problem with the A90J for gaming is the game mode is just not super attractive. It's just basic as far as what I call flexibility of image, meaning you really can't do much with the image. It looks how it looks. So if you're going to get the C2 in another room and game on it, get it. Absolutely. But if you're going to replace the A90J, it's hard to recommend because the A90J, C2 caught the A90J because I did a comparison on them. But I'll tell you that if you're going to get it in tandem, don't hesitate. But it's just very hard to say you're going to replace the A90J. If you're going to, so just clarify that for me, Robert, if you can. Travis in the house. What's up, Travis? Travis Vania. What is going on? That's a great name, by the way. Kudos, my friend. I'm looking forward to the 85-inch TCL QM8 versus Hisense. I am waiting. I can't wait for it either, to be honest. We're gonna FOMO and I are gonna be using both of them in M Wave in a few weeks in Kansas City. So you'll see gaming there as well. I don't know if I'm bringing a console or if he's gonna have one, but we'll do gaming on them. And I'm telling you, I am looking forward to it too. If the Hisense kills it, I'll buy it. But they have to kill it, Travis. They can't. Gaming is very specific. PC gaming is even more specific. So console gaming, PC gaming are nowhere near the same thing. 444 chroma, 144 hertz. If you're just somebody who has a Xbox or a PlayStation 5, a lot of these are going to fit the bill because you don't need 1440p. You don't need some of these other things. So I'll let you know right now that the QM8 is beating a lot of things. So we'll see. But I think Hisense is going to really kill it. I'm getting the U7K in a few weeks. So I can't wait to really look at that. But it's going to be a great matchup because those two are at the high end. And I'm excited too, guys, because that's 85-inch size is where Hisense has had great TVs for years, but they maxed out at 55, 65. So I appreciate the super chat, and you'll be the first to see it when I get them together. You'll definitely see it in M Wave in Kansas City with me and FOMO. But if I can get the 85s versus each other, you'll definitely see it, and I'll game the heck out of them too. Trust me, PC and console. So thank you for the super chat. Where's Plasma TV for gaming? You had a great question. Here we go. Question: would a high-end audio system make any difference if you don't use it loud enough? I don't want to have to bother the neighbors. That is an awesome question. It depends. What are you using it for? So I'll tell you that discrete audio, right? So a sub that pounds. Like this system, I have these massive polks. If can you even see it back here? You guys actually see those massive? I can't show it to you. But anyway, I have these massive. The problem when you get into these high-end systems is do you need an amp? Once you get down that rabbit hole, it's deadly. Trust me, it's a nightmare. Um, I would say get a nice sound bar and call it a day. Enjoy the sub, enjoy the music or the sound, but I wouldn't go crazy into high-end. And you have to think too, if you think gaming is expensive or TVs are expensive, forget it. Speakers are on another planet. BMWs, Bang and Olufsen, I just did a video on them. I would say once you head into that realm, it's a money steal. So, in my experience on my system here, maybe I don't have a strong enough amp, I do have to push it very loud to really get the punch from it. So I would say, um, if you don't use it loud enough, it's not worth it. I would say get a sound bar, call it a day, because you don't have to use those very loud. But my system, even though the Denon is a monster and I have an amp, you have to put it up super loud. SD, what's up? Thank you, my friend. SD's another guy that's been around the way for a long, long time. I appreciate it, my friend. Thank you for saying hi. SD knows about that YouTube drama. He knows all about that stuff because he goes way back, But SD, thanks for jumping in, man. I really appreciate it. I hope things are really well with you. SD, what TV you rocking these days? George, the Naga, I have not heard it yet. I heard very good things about it, but I have not spent time with it. And to be honest, as much as I'm saying get one, I'm not a big soundbar guy, so they'll never take advantage. I have this SVS PC 4000 monster, so let's see. But I'll check. Well, if I can get my hands on it, I'll check it out for you. And again, how high end do you want to go plasma TV for gaming? Exclusively for gaming. Okay, that's a better question. So PC gaming is a great the sound, even the Atmos for PC gaming is tinny, right? So right now I use Aura 3D, which is really more of a matrixing of all the channels. So it'll never sound as good as your movies sound, if that makes sense. Xbox is very good with Atmos, but not all games have Atmos. So if you're buying a high-end surround sound exclusively for gaming, I would say no. I would say get a soundbar because soundbars are not as discreet. They are loud and they do give you the the movement and the surround feeling. That some have rears, the subs are usually they pound, but discrete audio, for instance, your sub will not react unless it's supposed to. Your rears will have nothing unless they're supposed to. So sometimes a soundbar that is good at matrixing sound are better. So for gaming, I would still go with a soundbar. I know plenty of people that are very happy with them. Because trust me, when you add in the BMWs and the stuff that I have them in the ceiling, thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. And I'm not even at the highest end. And I still have a buddy of mine coming over with his amp, which is $4,000. And this room is tiny, tiny, because loud is not enough. It's clarity. And what you think is loud, good example. If what you think is loud, if you guys know Shane Lee from Spare Change, Shane really knows his stuff with audio. And when I go into Shane's system, crazy system, by the way, he listens to things at reference. So it's not very loud. He comes here, he's like, dude, it's loud as hell. Ready Player One. I like things loud. I love bass. I love explosions. So my ear is different than yours. So I would still say get a soundbar, get a quality soundbar, call it a day for gaming, especially. Not just that, Terry, it's 4 ohm speakers. It's not even efficiency. It's you need the power. So you can get cheaper speakers that are more efficient and sound better. But like for me, I need a better powerful amp. And the amp costs more than the freaking now you're talking about processors. So I have BMWs all in the room. It takes so much to push them. These Polks are bigger than me. So now it's all about a amp that can push them. It's the ohms. It's where do they live, and that's kind of the once you get involved in it. Let's see where we at. Where we at? Classy said, "What's up?" Hey, Classy, Mr. Personality. What's up, Classy? Cecil, you guys know Cecil. I have to tell you to check out his channel. You know he's the man. I believe he's in New York right now at Value Electronics shooting some content. I guess that's his way of saying what's up. He's saying, "Hey, what's up, my friend? How are you?" Let's see. Obviously, check out his channel. You guys all know Classy. Look who else is in the house. KG's in the mother. house. What's up, KG? How are you, my friend? Thank you so much for the super chat. Again, super chats are not necessary. KG is a good dude. Classy's a good dude. And while I have both of them here, yeah, I mentioned you guys. What's it called? I mentioned the influencers, tech reviewers earlier. I'm definitely gonna do a video probably after the TV season is over, and I'm gonna put you know reviewers, who do you trust, why you should trust them, and I'll do a panel, get KG on there, I'll get Classy on there, get a bunch of guys. I know Tech Giant wants to jump in there and just talk about YouTubers and where. And I'll say this while I have KG here and a lot of the other guys is, right away you'll hear somebody say, well, this guy has a link in the description, right? He's got links to products. So I know KG, I know Cecil, I know Brandon, FOMO, Caleb, all personal. Talk to them off camera. And we've talked for the last few years, all Max, all these guys. I've never heard a single one of them say they're an LG guy or they're a Sony guy or they're literally it's whatever fits their needs. So what I'm trying to say as far as this what I want to do with this video is when you see a link in a description or like Meat Value Electronics, it's just a place for you to buy it. It's not that you can't trust this guy because he has a link in a description. I mean, these guys would be recommending them anyway. And that's really, I mean, what I'll say with all the I know you guys don't want to hear the word influence. That's what they call us. But like KG, I've never heard the dude say to me, "Ah, dude, I don't really like this TV, but it's in the description." The dude's looking at it anyway. So it's about trust. And these guys are all honest, and we all have different tastes. Me and KG, the way the stuff that we like is more similar. Where we like accuracy to agree. We like poppy. We like some of the motion stuff. So it's I think when you look at the crew that we've grown, it's all positive, and I would say trust all these guys, regardless of if someone has a link in the description for a product. Because I'm telling you, off camera, I was with these dudes at CES. It wasn't like he's like, "Hey, Samsung own." It just doesn't work like that. Got no reason to do that. And they're all just great guys, and we all support each other. Obviously, KG, thanks, man. Much love. Classy, much love. I appreciate the super chat. Not necessary, but just real good people. And for KG too, it was really cool at CES. I think if I'm correct, KG didn't know I was going to CES. And we met each other in the lobby, and it's like, yo, it was so cool. It was so cool to hang out with him, and we're all coming up together. And like I said before, we wouldn't dream of ripping someone else down or us allowing someone else to rip us down. So it's really cool that we're all kind of working together. KG, thanks, man. I appreciate it, bro. At dinner, can't hang out. I got you, brother. Max was in here earlier. And I think KG is not KG. I'm sorry. Classy is calibrating SD's TV, which is cool. Scott, what's up? I thank you, man. I appreciate it so much. Scott's in there all the time. Scott, much love, man. Appreciate it. George, thanks for hanging out, man. I appreciate it. I was just in the UK, so I know that time. And actually, what's so funny is my sleeping habits are so bad that I don't have jet lag. Isn't that funny? Maybe I must. I must. It's 2 a.m. But thank you for jumping in. I really appreciate it. I wouldn't say they're making it sound worse purposely. I'm just saying, I don't know what James is saying, but it's like HDR. They're not screwing it up on purpose. It's just not putting the time in. That's what I mean. So, and whatever James might have been saying. It's how are they implementing things? Do they have time? Are they like you look at 4K remasters? Does that company really care? So they're not making it bad on purpose. They might not be putting the effort in fully. But I hate to see you just get into spending all that money and then be like, 'cause I'm telling you right now, I have a 4090. PC is a monster. I have Atmos. and PC gaming on it, it's very hard to. I use Aura 3D just to make it sound like there's surround. Let's see. Da-da-dum-dum-dum. Let's see. Where are we? Sorry, guys. Classy, I appreciate it, my friend. I'm talking about Classy putting in the work, man. YJ, what's up? Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Really, really appreciate it. Thanks for always being there too. My boy's always in the comments. I really appreciate it. Let's see. 2 hours, 5 minutes. How you guys doing? Everybody still having fun? Let's see. My speakers are 4 ohms. Tara, then what are you using for a processor or a receiver, please? And how big are the speakers? Are they bookshelf? Are they towers? Is it 2 channel? What do you got? 'Cause you're close by me. You might have to come over. Brave Dave. Thank you, my friend. I really, really appreciate it. Thanks for being part of it. Mm, 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 mm. Oh, that's what you mean. Oh, yeah. The Samsung audio is horrendous. Terrible. Let's see. I'll jump in on. You got a 4700? I got the 6700 Tara. Well, what's your config? Are you 11 channels? Are you 2 channels? Are you 5.1, 7.2, 9 channels, 11 channels, 14 channels? Well, if you have a 4700, I think you're maxed at 7 channels. I have the 6700 and it cannot push these pulks. Maybe they're crap. You never know. Little Godfather? Yeah, did you guys like the thumbnail? I had what was it Megatron, Godfather. See, the Godfather one is you gotta have the ugly face for that one. You can say Santino. Your face gonna be Lou. I give him an offer he couldn't refuse. Let's see. Where are we? Santana Lou. I'm not banged up enough for that yet. But where's the party? The rate I'm going it up, that'll be in 10 years. But actually, if I get to 50,000, I'll go have a party somewhere. Do you mean that in a good way, buddy love, or do you mean it or do you mean or do you mean it's a piece of crap? Oh my god. It's like when we call these TV companies, you'd be like, your Samsung TV is a piece of crap. You know, do that. Gotta do that conversation. I used to do that so much better. Um, I love that scene in Godfather when he's like talking to the five families and he's like he goes, um, let's see, hold on. 9.1 with 11 if I want to add amps. Well, tell me what amps you have, man. Stop teasing me. Just tell me, Terry. Put it in one comment. Um, when he was when he goes, my own son had to leave this country because there's lots of business. And he says, if my son, he goes, if something was to happen to my son, if he used to shot by a police officer or hang himself in his cell, he goes, or struck by a bolt of lightning, then I do not forgive. That was a great movie. Um, yeah, and you know what's funny is I think in the future too, I'll do like meet and greets. You know, like I was in the UK. Next time I go to the UK, I'll let everybody know and we'll get together. Same with New York City. Whether it's the shootout or things like that, we'll get up. Yeah, I just need a new amp or something like that. I was just bringing up the masters that come with my pint. Oh, no, they don't. But those, yeah, remember those were very thick back in the day, my friend. And you gotta remember a Pioneer Kiro Elite was like $11,000. So the audio was much different. The chassis was thick. No one's ever gonna buy a TV that's that thick anymore. Look at the Z9G. That TV was awesome, but it was like 4 inches thick. Santino. Let's see. Oh, did you shoot the X95L versus the Z9K, man? You beat me to it. Oh well, I guess I'm not shooting that one. Let's go back. Let's see. It's a fair point. But I mean, again, stylistically, when I'm at the store up in New York, you can see people come in, and the look of the TV is more important to a lot of people than the picture quality. If you look at focus groups, that's why like that X wide viewing angle filter gets used sometimes. People are like, oh, I want to watch TV in the kitchen. That still is something that people consider. So stylistically, Samsung's chassis look better, but even with those little sound things in the back, they sound like crap. Mm. Rear speakers are Infinity 8-inch three ways with EMET tweeters, Radio Shack minimum 70 center channel. Yeah, yeah. I mean, come on, man. But Terry, I love you, bro. But I got four BMWs. I got them in the ceilings. I have two monster Polks. The 6700 can't push them. It's not because they're not good speakers. It's just that there's no way that the thing can push them. But give me your address. I'm gonna come check it out. Yeah, they can't drive mine. Majid, what's up? Hi, Brian. Sorry for being late. I work late today. I hear you. I had to push it back because I was late. Thanks for jumping in. Great guy, man. Love him jumping in the channel. What's funny is I'm seeing some of you guys have channels. I think even John Hooper has one, like the real John Hooper or the real Majid. Is that still you guys with different profiles, or is it just the same? Thanks for jumping in, Majid. Is that you guys, or is there people pretending to be? There's a lot of fake accounts. It's another thing I don't understand with people with YouTube, like why you would have more than one account. I don't understand. Um, we had some guy in FOMO stream that they pretend to be Brandon, and I was like talking to him like it was Brandon. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Because in the comments on a live stream, I can't see the check mark to see if it's really that person. Let's see. Boom. Brian, if you like large, why would you not get a 98 QM8 over an 85-inch Samsung? It's a great question, Dave. Primarily because at that size, 98 inches, that TV is yours for life. It's very hard to put a 98-inch TV if you've ever been around them. And then what would I do with it after? Because I don't keep TVs that long. So if I had a 95-inch TV, Dave, am I giving that to my aunt or my grandparents? I mean, they're massive. What do you do with them? I know a lot of you guys say, "Well, you just sell it here." No, it does. People do not want TVs that big. Trust me. I can't even give 83-inch TVs away without someone saying, just give it to me. So would I trust a 98-inch TCL? Not yet. They have a lot to prove to me in terms of their processing, screen uniformity. Once they, it's got to be really good for me to keep it that long, my friend. But TCL has a lot to prove to me. So does Sam. So does Hisense in terms of their screen uniformity, things of that nature. Brian, I saw your comparison on C2 versus A90J. Great video. I know Vincent is LG man for gaming. He has explained why. I know with LG, you are going to get 444 with PC mode, overall more accurate image. I don't like it for the same reason that he does. 444 chroma is not that big a deal to me. I'm not watching a bunch of text. The reason I prefer the C2 over the A90J has got nothing to do with 444 chroma. I put my TV in HDMI PC mode. I don't want any of my presets grayed out. So why he likes it is not why I like it. I like it because I like the presets. And Robert, it's flexibility of image. The A90J is excellent. The new X95 is excellent, but you cannot make the X95 look like the Samsung, but you can make the Samsung look like the Sony. So LG has more flexibility to change the image. Sony's game mode, if you don't love it, that you're stuck with it. Live color doesn't change a lot. Changing the saturation doesn't change the image a lot. The new TVs don't have dynamic contrast in the gaming. That's a big no no. I like using that. I don't love reality creation because I use bigger TVs. So when you add reality creation, um, you're adding aliasing and jaggies. I don't want that. So 4:4 chroma doesn't matter as much to me um, as just flexibility of image. Let's see. Kenny, what's up, baby? What's up, Kung Fu Kenny? Brian, what's your most intimate? God, I'm like stuttering tonight. What's your most anticipated game this year? I love the Spidey games. They're great. I'm just tired of superhero stuff. I cannot tell you. The game I have now is what's the name of it? It's the one that's it's like the Fear remake on PC. I just bought that one. Probably for me, I would say Alan Wake 2 would be my big one. The superhero games are cool, but I just get bored of them after a while. But that's probably pretty amazing. But I would say probably Alan Wake 2 would be the one I'm looking forward to the most. I'd like a water cooled TV that consumes 500 watts, get the highest performance possible. Yeah, there you go. I don't care how thick they are either. It doesn't matter to me. Okay, let's go back up. All right, guys, we're over 2 hours in. How much longer you guys feel like going? Mm, mm, mm. Let's see. I mean, yeah, here's another, that's where do you go? That's and the thing about that, James, is that projectors you can switch them out. You have the screen, and as expensive as they are, it's you're switching out the projector versus the TV. You're really stuck with something that big. I'll give you an example, like the Z9G. I almost bought from Robert used. It was 85 inches. That TV used would have been $8,000. If I had that TV now, I'd be mad as hell. As good as that TV was, it was a bloom box in comparison to the TVs now. It's this thick. It was not good for gaming. It doesn't do 8K properly. So I would have chased the TV that big, James, and I would have been stuck with it forever. And no one would have wanted it. Even though I love the Z9G, I'm glad I didn't buy it. Yeah, this one is it's got the bullet time. I can't remember the name of it. What's funny is I used to do gaming videos, but I don't do them now because they get flagged if you show too much violence. So I don't even do them anymore for that reason. I'll show you a game just to show you how it looks, but I really can't do like gaming walkthroughs. I don't know why. YouTube is just big on that now. They'll flag something if there's too much violence. What's up, Chin Tupat? I have questions. My TV asked me to do a clean pixel. Oh, pixel. I say no. I mean, they'll do them automatically. If it's asking for it, it's a few thousand hours. It's okay to do it. It wants to do it. I wouldn't do them often, but if it's asking you, I think it's got to be a certain number of hours. Yeah, you can do it. It's not going to hurt it. It wants to. So go ahead. I would do it. That means you have 2,000 hours, 3,000 hours on it. I would do it. It's not going to hurt it. The problem with doing it, forcing them, is it's like a facial. It's like it'll you can. Some people say it's like an extra etch a sketch where you shake up the pixels or a defacing. So if it's asking you to do it, that means it's time to do it. Go ahead and do it. You have no fear. You'll be all right. I want to do. James. I was looking at just PS3 emulation. Killzone in 4K. Let me know if you do any of that. You might be doing like much older games, but those games look amazing. Cheapest gamer, thank you so much, my friend. Another one that's been around a really long time. Projectors are the easiest on the eyes, very easy to watch, also have the best viewing angles of all. I would agree. Projectors are great because to me, the filmic look still looks great. Heavy grain structure still looks great. The problem I have with projectors is I've gotten so used to the black levels of OLEDs that even seeing movies in the theaters bothers me as far as raised blacks or gray blacks. So that's the only problem with me projectors. And the projectors I like the NZ8, like $20,000. I wouldn't spend that. Brooklyn Blaze. Brian, what is your quick thoughts on the G377? Love it. Love it. I'm considering it from my basement, which will be 7 to 8 inches sitting distance. ST talked me into it. LOL. 77-inch A95L will just be too much money. The G3 is, especially at, well, 55, 65, 77, it is the safest bet in TV land as far as the MLA, the performance, the way they look. And for me, LG is tried and true. It's not an experimental thing for them. And a 77 is awesome. I'd have it if it was 83, if I was in the market for a 77. The A95L, I think, will be something special. The A95K was something special. The challenge Sony is going to have, and they're doing it this year even worse than last year, is you're putting out a premium product 4 months after the competition. So by the time the A95L, and we had this happen with the A95K, that's why I'm glad Lisa loves her A95K. We had more people at CES being mad that they bought an A95K because they paid top dollar while other TVs were releasing. So what I'm saying to you is an A95L is going to come out in September now, early September. And by the time that TV drops in price, you'll see a new S95D or a G4. It's just, and they're going to want top dollar. Now, do I think that the A95L is going to be something special? I do. I think they're going to push the brightness. They're literally putting all their eggs this year on one TV, and that's that TV. I think that TV will have four HDMI 2.1s. I think they're using a new SoC for that. But to your point, Brooklyn, to look at a G3 drop in price and cost half of what an 89, it's just very hard to recommend the A95L. It's going to be so expensive, and you're going to be in that bad spot of buying it probably in October, November, and then next you know it, we're back at CES, and you're hearing that the S95 whatever is 2,000 nets. Do you know what I'm saying? So the G3 SD is not wrong. It's the safest bet in TV land right now. And why is it a safer bet than the S95C? It's because I don't really trust Samsung with their updates. But I would tell you that I do trust LG with theirs. So I think you're pretty safe to make that decision. Kung Fu Kenny, I'm surprised Sony removed advanced contrast from game mode. I didn't notice any extra input lag, and it definitely adds punch. I don't know either. I would say I've been begging all three manufacturers for this feature. Give me, you have Cinema Home, you have Filmmaker, you have all these different settings. How about in gaming? You give me, if you look at LG, for instance, you have your FPS boosts, you have your standard FPS presets. Those are just within the same game mode. I don't want that. They're great, but I would rather have separate presets. Meaning, give me a cinema preset. What I mean by that is maybe give me 20 milliseconds of input lag, which is nothing. And let me have um every single ability to change the image. Advanced contrast does not look good on everything, but it does look very good on some content that you want more colorful. If you watch my video on the X95L versus the Q195C, the Q195C, you could make it look like a freaking cartoon. The X95L, you could not make it look more saturated without making it look ridiculous. So the fact that I can't make that image look another way is why I won't buy it. So with them removing that is just another, but to your point, it's probably because it added some lag. Look, they took away local dimming for a couple of years because of lag, which is ridiculous on an LED. So I don't know why they did it either, but probably for that reason. I know the price to some degree, so I can't really speculate on it, but it'll be pricey. I'll just say that. It depends on what size you're asking, but it's gonna cost a lot. And they need it to be, it needs to be expensive. They need to sell TVs. Love Sony, but this year's um to have not a new, look at LG. Okay, so LG did C3, G3. You have the M, which is the remote one, which is just another G that's wireless. No Z series, which to me are the best TVs in the world. QNET is one TV carries over. They don't even have the 8K one. So they're all streamlining and they have three models. Sony's the same way. X90L is new, X93 is a carryover, X95 is new one size. It's just like four models. You have to have more than that. Samsung's got like 15. Are they all good? No, but they have something for everybody. So it's hard when they only have so many. Bravia Core is their streaming service. Um, you download them. They look excellent, but you have to watch them on a Sony. So they are excellent. The problem is you can't bring it with you anywhere. So I don't know how much longer it'll last, but they do look amazing. They're not as condensed. You download them versus stream them. So I have a bunch of movies on it, but I have those movies on my Sony, but I can't watch them down here. So even like Kaleidoscape and things like that, if I can't watch them on my phone or on another TV, it's just very hard to recommend them. But yeah, it's very cool. Enjoy it. But I don't know how long they're going to keep supporting it for, Lou. See. Noel, what about the fact that it comes out near Black Friday? The price gap between the competition it's going to be massive. They're not, and here's the thing, Noel, that I'll tell you. Um, Master Series do not go on sale very much. So when you do release that TV, they are not going to drop the price on that. And because it's a Master Series, like the A90J is still expensive. The A9G was expensive forever. It cost more than a CX, a C9. So they're going to be in a pickle. They can't afford to take a loss at all. It's got to be expensive. So doesn't matter when you know, doesn't matter when it drops. It's gonna have a hard time. And Lisa, she got hers was on sale, but it was so expensive at launch. Lisa, that's the thing. So they may drop, but even at a dropped price in a while, they're gonna still be expensive. And 77 is a whole nother price bracket. Whole nother price bracket. The jump in price is usually pretty massive. All right, guys, 2.5 hours in. What's up, John? Brian, what's up, buddy? Man cave building came last week. Thinking 85-inch X95K for the theater portion. Do you think it will see a price drop now that the L is out? Yeah, it should drop any day now. You'll definitely see a price drop. Wait for the X95 L, John, to be available. Right now, it's only available, I think, at Roberts and a couple other places. Give it a month, let it be more common, and then you'll see the K drop. But don't buy before that. But honestly, John, if you do buy and it drops within your window, your retailer will pretty much usually will give you the difference. So maybe you don't have to wait, but I would still wait a few weeks at least. Let the X95L be more common. Hope all's well, John. All right, guys. So we go another like 10, 15 minutes. It's a shame, Ajit. I mean, Samsung is it's just hard to trust. I don't know if they don't do it nefariously, but they do tend to. You can't change the picture quality with updates. You really just can't. These TVs with lock settings for no reason are disrespectful. Example: LG peak brightness on game optimizer mode, which you can change for consoles on PC using the controller. Yeah, I mean that's they. I think with OLEDs, a lot of times they're doing that to protect the panel, but no, they should let you just sign something. You go into that private settings thing. I would just say, look, let me sign a waiver, and I'll forego the warranty and let me in. That's what I would say. But graying out settings, like we saw with, I mean, I love the reason I left LEDs was Samsung started getting rid of local dimming. And so you'd have bloom everywhere, no contrast ratio. I'm like, why would you? I would never. So I'm only going back to old or LEDs because they local dimming's back. The black levels on the Q195C are excellent, and also on the X95. Any thoughts on people saying the LG G2 has better black levels than the G3? Um, I mean, if the G3 appears brighter, I can see people saying that. I didn't notice raised blacks on the G3. That would make me think I compared them. You can see in the video I compared them. I didn't see raised blacks on the G3. So I don't think much of it. I don't think it's something that you would notice. Could be that the G3 again appears brighter, but it's not something I would be concerned with. I wouldn't go with a G2 for that reason. I would go with MLA if you can. So my thoughts are it's a non-issue for me anyway. No, can't put it any quicker than that, Michael. Is that unless you see Samsung? Here's the funny thing: if Samsung never came out with QD OLED, you never would have seen micro lens array. So unless Samsung decides to do an 83-inch S95C, which they're not going to do, I know they're not going to do it because not many people buy those TVs. So if you were saying to Samsung, hey, or even Samsung displays, I want an 83, they're going to say to you, check it out. I rather do a bunch of QD OLED monitors at 49, 55, 65, 77. 77 is still a massive size that most people don't buy. So the heavyweight division, which is 83 and up, we're still so of the small. You know what I mean? We're still very small percentage. So when you say, "Hey, look, I want an 85," they're gonna look at you, Michael, and say, "Look, if you want one, we got it, but I'm not gonna put that technology in." So it's a shame because they're just not gonna spend that money. But from and I've tried to ask Samsung displays and those guys, they will not say yes to me. And I think that you would hear something, Michael. At my Best Buy, the G3 looked washed out next to the B2. Don't know the settings. Yeah, that's the settings thing. There's no way that it would look washed out against the B2. I mean, I haven't seen that issue. I've spent a lot of time with them, so I would not bother with that, especially the B2. But it's not washed out. I think perhaps in a bright room, maybe um, you would see that. The bright room may make it look washed out, maybe direct sunlight. You never know. Bilel's Batman, $5. Thank you for the super chat. Very, very cool of you. Thank you so much. Not necessary, but I appreciate it. Why hasn't Shane from Spare Change been on the channel lately? Loved your vlogs. What's interesting, Shane will always be a friend, and we've worked together for years on YouTube. And I only talk about it because you put up a super chat. We'll always be friends. Our channels are just very different. Shane is more audio. I do TVs. But what I would say about that is I think both of us would love to have done more movie videos. We did some really cool Batman videos, reviews. The problem is we'll spend like 5 hours doing those videos and they would get no views, even on his channel or my channel. So it just finds that as busy as we are, if we're not doing similar content, there's really not a lot of overlap. So we'll always be friends. Love Shane's channel. He does amazing work. It's just a lot of what he does is audio and projectors. And there's really not a lot of overlap with our communities, but he's still a very good friend. He does awesome work. And him collaborating with more speaker guys and projector guys makes more sense than, like, an example. I have the opportunity to do more speakers, but I'm not interested in them. So he would do TVs, I would do speakers, and it would put us in these weird spots where we're doing the same thing, but his channel was more for this. So we're still good friends. Always wish him well, but he's just doing his own thing. I'm doing my own thing. But check out his channel. He does amazing work. But that's really it. And I think if we were doing, as I mentioned, more, like I said, we enjoyed going to the movies. It's just we would do these long live streams and they wouldn't really get much traction because our audiences were like his community was like, who is this guy? Where FOMO and I share the same community, if that makes sense. Me and Shane, our communities really didn't have a lot of overlap. But thank you for the live stream. I really, really appreciate it. Lisa, thank you so much, my dear. Really, really sweet of you. Appreciate you being in the comments and being a really good friend. You are a true friend. I really, really appreciate it. Rachel, what's up? What's Rachel doing here? How are you, Rachel? Rachel, I think I've ever seen you on one of my live streams. And again, I don't always have them anymore. Hey, Brian. Samsung's 98-inch Q80C coming soon. Q80C. That's gonna be interesting. I got Rachel, we're probably gonna see it at Value Electronics. I will definitely show it to you. It's if it's 98 inches, I'll say this to you. It's very much like you see with Samsung, where they did an X92 that wasn't an X90. I think if you're saying same thing, Q80 at 98 inches, it's just Rachel, they're just huge. It's very hard to recommend something that big because I would rather see we had somebody bring up the TCL QM8 at 85. I'd rather see that because I know it's much cheaper. I'll show it to you. I'll see how it is, but I don't know. A lot of times with these weird models, Rachel, you don't know what the zone count is. And I should have said this earlier. Nobody reviews these larger size. I mean, Brandon does, Be the Installer does, but Vincent, what's it called? Caleb, Ratings, they're never going to do TVs that big. So when you want those more professional reviewers, there's no way they're gonna have a 9080. They'll do like a CES commentary, but I'll definitely do my best to bring you the numbers and have Dwayne on, and we'll talk about it when we have it. We'll definitely have it at Value Electronics. So stay tuned, Rachel. But I can never recommend a TV like that without me really spending time with them. There's nothing to be sorry for, my friend. Again, wish him all the best. He's great. It's just, we just don't work together, but it's not a bad thing. There's no ill will. It's just, you're gonna see that with channels that collaborate. We both support each other and we care for each other as friends. It's just his content is over here and my content's over there. And like I said, I love the processors and the speakers and all that. It's just a different community. So even when I would be in some of those videos with what we would all watch, I'd be like, man, the community hated me, not hated me, but they were like, I wasn't a big speaker, even though I have expensive stuff. It just wasn't my thing. You know what I mean? So I'm sure he's moving towards that. And we never even had a conversation about it. We just do less. And you'll see that with a lot of channels that collaborate. Shane and I live close to each other. And again, we're good friends. We just don't collaborate. We may collaborate in the future. We'll see. But I miss those collaborations too, because they were fun hangouts. But as any other creator will tell you, if it doesn't bring the views, it's very like so for instance, if I'm doing a live stream for 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, when you don't do them on your own channel, they don't always benefit your channel. Does that make sense? So doing these live streams are really not about me getting new community members because I'm on my own channel, but I'm just talking to my community. If you're going to collaborate with somebody, it has to help grow your channel. If that makes sense. So, and same for Shane. So, you'll probably see us get up in the future, but definitely a good dude and definitely recommend checking him out. Love Tech Lynn, what's up? Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Really, really sweet of you to say hello, and I really appreciate it. Love seeing you in the comments too. Plasma TV for gaming. I don't have any girls on my channel. Any advice, Brian? I see this house is packed. Interesting comment. I will tell you that my analytics will tell me my percentage of females is like point 0.5. So, yes, you have Lisa's in the house, Jennifer Gala's in the house, and Rachel. Um, I talked smack to Rachel because Rachel was in KG and Max's stream. And I was like, yo, where you at? Like, how come I don't have? And that's really it. That's all I really have out of my whole community is I probably have four. And that's about it. It's I won't always presume, I can see that Lisa is female by her profile, and so is Rachel. But as far as getting more female, uh, I would love to have them, but I don't know. I only have a couple. I appreciate the ones I have. Love you guys. I have no advice because I don't have any other than the few you see, and they're just great community people. But I don't have a large female demographic. To say the house is packed, I think we have. Oh my God! Look, there it is. Jen's in the house. What's up, Jen? Point 0.5 here, and that's all I got. It's all I need. Jen, Lisa, Love Tech Lynn. I don't, that. What's so funny is I had a couple that were not females, but their name was female because like that was their mom's their mom's YouTube. And I'm like, oh, thank you, my friend or my dear. They're like, so unless they tell me they're female, I don't know, right? So okay, let's take a poll. We have 81 in the chat, right? Jen is my girl. Love Jen. I mean, and look, I want to visit Jen. I can't say enough nice things about Jen. I'll say a quick thing about Jennifer Gala. I reached out to Jennifer, what is it, Jen, 3 years ago? Maybe 4 years ago. I saw her content and I just hit her up and I asked her permission if I could use it, any of her content. It was before she did the HDR Super channel. And I said I'd give her credit or whatever, which means nothing. I mean, her channel's massive. Mine was tiny, still tiny. And she was so sweet about it. And even through the shutdown and the lockdown, her and I talked a lot. And I miss her. And she's a great person. Her talent is just off the charts, though. I mean, it's her everything she does is incredible. So she's a true friend, and when I have a true friend in this, I'll shout you out every day. So she's in almost every video I have. Her demo material is incredible, and it's not even hers. Is not even demo material. She's a filmmaker. But I'll always, put her in there because she's cool. I love to meet, Jen. To meet you all someday. But Jen is, that's my girl. I mean, she's just and I've been wanting to do a shout out video for Jen and like a study for Jen. And I promised her I would do it, even though she never asked me to. But I have to be able to do it properly. And whether I interview her or whatever, it's just I can't say enough about her kindness and even her advice. And I'll tell you this: as a YouTuber or whatever the hell we are, every creator, channel creator, is always on the verge of stopping, of just saying, "Look, I'm done doing this." It's it's not that it's hard or anything. It's just that you're like, oh, I'm putting myself out there. I'm talking to thousands of people. Um, she's always been someone like, I love your stuff, keep going. And she would give me advice. So I really, really appreciate it. And she's amazing. So I'll definitely have her on the channel sometime. I'd love to interview her. I know she gets a little camera shy. She's got amazing articles written about her. She's brilliant. And Love Tech Lynn, Lynn's in the house, a female. Awesome. So here we go. Out of the 82 in here, we have Lisa. Get Lisa up on here. Where's my girl? Lisa. Where's Lisa? There she is. Boom. Lisa's in the house. Love Tech's in the house. And then, oh, my girl Jennifer's in the house. Boom. But that's all I got. That's 3 out of 81. So plasma TV for gaming. That's all. That's all I really got. But that's all I need. And again, Jen's awesome. But I would say, and I'll say this to you guys again as a YouTuber. People will say to me, when I'm at, say, Value Electronics, people will say to me, well, you bring them up so much. I don't like that. and I'm not paid by them. It's just a friendship that I've made over 5 years. So I'm in their store filming. YouTubers would always be about going to somebody's house and filming their Lamborghini and saying it's theirs. I will not do that. So every video you see Jen in, you will always see Jen mentioned and then the photos of her channels in the description. That's how it should be. Not a link in the description, check it out, but just literally saying, um, this is a person that I enjoy, check them out. Or Value Electronics, check them out. I don't get commission, nothing. But if I'm going to be in their store filming for 12 hours, I'm going to shout them out. I keeps it real. Let's see. All right, now that where the conversation go. All right. And again, real quick with Jennifer, and Jen can put some context in the description if you're in the comments if she wants. There's some crazy stuff happening in Canada right now where content creators there are being limited their exposure, their videos. I can't remember, Jen, just put it really quickly in there for me. Um, what is happening in Canada, but their videos aren't getting reached because of the way it's, Canada's trying to keep it isolated to where their content's not getting out. So me shouting her out, um, if you guys that are watching, just check her out, subscribe to her. And honestly, it's not just supporting her channel, it's her content is amazing. I mean, amazing, amazing. You want to see black levels, you want to see like the one she did recently, the samurai one is insane. The detail for blooming, her audio stuff is insane. So just check her out. All right. Okay, here we go. Boom. So Jennifer, Bill C11, our videos are not recommended outside of Canada. So if you think about the size of Canada and a channel like Jen's, so it's basically it's not never going to grow that way. So it's ridiculous. And I'm not going to get political with the conversation. It's not my style, but it sucks, especially the work that this talent does and her team does. Grant, Jen's a filmmaker, but Jennifer also with the shutdown, especially Canada, like they didn't travel at all. Restaurants closing, but the filmmakers, I mean, the people she works with crushed, and Canada really didn't open. It was ridiculous. So definitely, please support her any way they can, and not just her, but any other, and Jen too. Maybe recommend other Canadian creators in your videos, and if you have somebody that you want me to recommend, please let me know on Facebook, and I'll push it out there. Absolutely. See ladies in the TV. That's I mean, look, I've never had more than one in here, but I appreciate it. Here we go. I had a meeting with a senator and they couldn't do anything. I also met with creators with 18 million subscribers and they don't get views as before. So all I can say to you on that, Jen, is anybody you think that my community would like, hit me up on the side. You got my number, and let's have a conversation, and I'll do my best to help them any way I can. And I mean, so when you see like the the thing that FOMO and I are going to do in Kansas City, M Wave, you're going to see it. Was it Youth Man? Youth Man's running that. You're going to see all of Jen's content. I'm going to throw her content all over every TV we have there, versus just the Spears and Months, which I love their stuff, but Jen's stuff's incredible. So, what's up, High Def News? My boy's still here. All right. All right, so we've already established for plasma TV for gaming. And Jen, thanks for sharing that. But let us know how we can help, and we will do the best we can to spread the word. I got your back. So I'll put you in every video. All right, let me go back up. I got way off target here. Sorry about that, guys. Oh, Paul DeSantis. What's up, Paul? Oh, cute little picture. Your daughter, very sweet. Ooh, that's a great question. Congrats on 25K. If you had to choose between the S95B and LG C265, which you go with? Ugh, man. Paul, the question for you is this. Answer your question with a question. How important is Dolby Vision to you? It's really not important to me that much. Dolby Vision to me in gaming is a non-issue. I don't care about it all that much. I like the extra color that the QD OLED provides. I love the C2. I would go with the S95B. Ugh. But if you're a big gamer, they're both excellent. But S95B, the only thing with the S95B is a lack of polarizer. It does get gray in a very bright room, but it has to be very bright, sun directly on it. And tune in for my video on top things I hate about the S95C. It's more of a satire, but it talks about that. I already saw this one. It's not a packed house, but I do love and I appreciate them. Let's see. Okay. I am posting it regularly, though. I don't do this for money. I respect my audiences. Thank you, Brian. I will send some links. Please do. Also, Jen's channel, HDR Super Channel, is designed for creators. So I would say if you're a creator, though, this is what I would ask of you. If you're a creator that's going to use Jen's content, I would just please shout her out. Don't just put her in a description. Definitely put her in a description, but give credit where credit is due. And in your talking, even like what I'll do is I'll put a sticker of Jen's channels in the corner, and she's my girl, so I'll always talk about her anyway. I'm her biggest fan. Um, but if you're gonna borrow anybody's content, give them proper credit. I actually had to go after a couple channels that would not threaten them, but they would take my entire video and change it'd be my living room. Like, and they would just take my video. So you can take my video, like Plasma TV for Gaming had my Rob Brennan interview in his video. I take that as a compliment that you're watching my channel. All you got to do is say, "Oh, this is Brian from Brian's Tech Therapy," and then do whatever you want. You can critique my video if you want. It's just you got to recommend. You got to say the channel's there. That's all. Got the bell. Awesome. Yeah, me and Jen, we're a team. I love Tech Lynn. Yay to the ladies. I'm looking at the G3. I saw it at Best Buy, and I love the 3D look to it. I have the Sony A90J now. The Sony is great, but I love the look of the LGs. And again, that's a tough call, Lynn, is the A90J is so good, but the A90J, I don't know if SD is still in the chat because me and him used to battle about the A9G versus the C9. The A9G, and I would say even the A90J, Lynn and everybody else, is so good that it doesn't stand out, if that makes sense. Like plasmas were so good, they didn't look amazing because they looked perfect. Does that make sense? So A90J is the same way. A9G, when you would watch a movie with it, it was amazing. You're like, oh, wow, this looks perfect. But then if you tried to make it look this or that, you were kind of limited. Where LGs had more saturation, or it had this, or it had that. So I would say, the G3 with MLA is definitely a step up because, in my opinion, the C2 caught up to the A90J. So the G3 would definitely be a step in the right direction if you really, really like it. But I wouldn't, it's just hard to recommend replacing a TV that's that young, Lynn. So, you know, um, but I love the MLA and it does have that white in it definitely changes the image. Jennifer, you calling me buddy? Now it's calling you buddy. I was like, damn, Jen, call you my girl. You call me buddy now. Hmm. You guys are funny. I use it my showcase for yeah, she's awesome stuff. Michael Berkman, what's up, Michael? Brian, is the location and date set for the 2024 King of TV shootout? You said, yeah, it will be in the same place, Michael. But the date is late September, and that date is actually dependent on the A95L. So typically it's in the summer. We pushed it back last year because the A95K. Now the A95K or L is going to be in September, so it's being pushed back even further. So it's not being pushed back further. I'm sorry. It's in late September, and I'll be all over it. And again, this year, me and FOMO are covering it. So last year, when it came to the calibrations, I did it like a fight night. We're gonna cover it like crazy. I mean, you're gonna have think about it this way, Michael. It's gonna be like a sport thing. We're gonna be mic'd up the whole time. We're not gonna just be filming the TVs. We'll be giving play by plays. We'll be interviewing the judges. We'll be interviewing the manufacturers. It's gonna be awesome. Last year we're like falling asleep because we only certain influencers could do things last year. Now the gates are open. We're gonna have a blast. So, but I'll post whenever it's gonna be 100%. But it's gonna be in the same location, Michael. All right, guys, 3 hours. I'm not afraid. I'll keep going. Doesn't matter to me. 72 still in the chat. That's a lot of people watching some dude just talk. Let's see. Let me go back up. Mm, 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 mm. Little Terry, play Crisis Remastered. Majid, Brian, I'd like to see your impressions. I would too, to be honest. Here's going to be the problem for the X90L more than ever is I think Vincent did a video on it recently and he really liked it. I was surprised how much he liked it because he was kind of hitting home with what is important is that their processing makes up for their lack of zone count. Their algorithm is so good. But if you watch Vincent's video, he does mention that they do bloom a bit more. Now that's Sony's signature. Sony's all about that shadow detail. The problem, Majid, is that if the QME or the Hisense at 85, here's the real thing. I'll put it to you bluntly this way, Majid, is if the X90L has that signature, and then the QM8 and the Hisense are as good as the QN95C at a quarter of the price, it's dead in the water because their zone count is high, their gaming features are off the charts, and then the value. I mean, I was looking at the QM8 just to buy, just so I could review it early. I mean, the problem with me is what am I going to do with it after? So, but I don't know, man. This question might be very old. I don't even know what time is it. That question was a half an hour ago. If you're still here, um, the X90 it was a hard sell last year with TCL and Hisense being so good. This year they're going to be very hard to recommend it. Very hard. Okay. Mm, 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 mm. Oh wow, that was a long time ago. Damn. Okay. All right, this is where I got messed up with the Lou. Really loved when you invited a Sony person on your channel. Don't remember his name though. His name is Rob Brennan. Rob is awesome. It's he'll be on the channel anytime I kind of want him to come on. It's just that with his how busy Rob is, he's down to come on. The problem is, and I would never have them on live. I don't like the live streams interviewing. Like I'm gonna have Spears and Munsell on, but I'm gonna interview them because I have questions, about them and their backgrounds. Rob is amazing. But when you get Rob on, I don't want to hit him with these questions like how much is the N95L? He can't tell me those things. Or he can't tell me when this is coming. So sometimes you have to wait for the right content to come on. So he'll be at the shootout and I'll hang out with him and I want to get dinner with Rob anyway. He's awesome. And with Rob, I rather have access to Rob than have Sony send me TVs because I don't need them to send me anything. I rather have Maybe at Value Electronics, but Rob is awesome. And there's Don at LG who's great. Shout out to Don, um, who's on the channel a lot. He's got access to a guy that is in the same category as Rob that I'm looking to interview too. And those guys are great. They'll do 2 or 3 hours with me. So I'll have Rob on definitely again, but his name is Rob Brennan from Sony. Brilliant guy. I mean, ridiculous how these guys. And I tell you right now, when you're talking to those guys, we say like who's the authority in TVs. For me, it's the guys that are building them, men and women that build them. That's the authority. The authority. Come on. What's up, Fred? Snuck in. What's up, Poppy? Let's see. What would John say? Mm. John couldn't help but last my LMAO about the female crowd listening to you. When Christine hears me watching your videos, she says that Brian. Well, I hope if it's your wife or girlfriend, a lot of the wives and girlfriends can't stand me because I think I encourage their husbands or boyfriends to spend money. Like, oh, you listening to him again? But if she tell her I said hello, John, if you're still here, very few of the wives or girlfriends like me. All right, where are we now? Way down here. All right, sorry about that. Um, oh, I got really far. Sorry, boy. Oh, here we go. We need Rob to talk about the A95L after its release. He tells us the why the last review. Yeah, I mean, once I have once he can talk more, because you got to remember a company like Sony, these public trading companies, you would never even ask them to say something because it's they have shareholders. So I can't even try to get in. Not that he would ever share that information, but it just I don't like that kind of um like when I like for instance, I want to interview Cedric from Ratings, and I've talked to Ratings. They're awesome. I love their stuff. But my thought for an interview with Ratings is not to ask them about their testing criteria. My thought with Ratings is when did Cedric start the channel? His journey into building that company. They're in Canada as well. So when I interview Spears and Munsell, Stacy Spears and Stan Munsell, my questions are about their journey to creating that disc. I mean, Stacy is one of the top end guys at the Red camera, which is something that I think Jen uses. So I'm more interested in that journey than I am hitting them with these hard questions. So when Rob comes on, I like that we can talk about anything versus just just whatever. So here's Manuel given I guess that's what he think the price is going to cost. So if that's what he thinks it is, cool. Let's see. Very talented. Who's talented, Lisa? I don't know the price. So I mean, if that's what he's thinking. He's a Sony guy through and through. I mean, Manuel, he's a Sony guy. Don't let him get it twisted. Very talented. Oh, okay, here we go. The most fascinating aspect about Brian is he doesn't read from a teleprompter. Pure talent. I don't know if that's a talent, but coming from you, thank you. Yeah, I don't I actually don't. I can write a script if you want, but I'll do this all day. And I have. I don't know if that's talent, Jen. Is that talent? I'll be in one of your videos. I'll be one of those like Jen has this video where this beautiful woman has like dreads and she's like in blue and she's looking and I'll come over and you can put some stuff in my hair and I'll be in one of your videos. How's that? I'll come to Canada. I ain't afraid. I'm traveling the world. I was in the UK, Jen. Let's see. All right, where am I at? So is C1 still best TV? Best TV, no. C1 is very good, is one behind me, but it was beaten out by its own C2 and C3. It's still very good. It's not the best TV, no, but it's still great. How far back am I? What the heck? What time is it? Come on. 10:13. All right. So this comment was on Michael. What's up? I know. I'm not. Dude, you spell Schwarzenegger, interestingly. um, Good morning. How are you? Nice to meet you. Was it Total Recall? And he's like, if I'm you, you're me, and you got a towel on your head. He has that thing in his nose. He's like, oh, JVD. You guys are messing up the names. You mean JVCD high def? Small. Oh, is it Bloodsport? Bloodsport. One of my favorite scenes in that movie is when he's talking to the reporter, and he's like, he goes, "You want to be the best reporter you can be, right? For your father, I want to be the best I can be for Takana, my Shidoshi." And then he says something. He goes, she goes, "You would do the best you can." And she stutters. He goes, "Just answer the question." What's funny is like Arnold and Van Damme, their accents would make you think that they were unintelligent because they try to speak English. But if you heard Van Damme heard speaking French or Arnold, it's them trying to sound their accent trying to do these one-liners. Just answer the question. Oh, Arnold, polymetal alloy. I was watching Terminator 2 the other day. He's like, it's a polymetal alloy. Oh man, love me some Arnold. Good morning. Nice to meet you. How are you? All right. Anyway, boy, getting a little crazy. That was a while ago. Good morning. Nice to meet you. All right. But thank you for saying I'm talented. I don't know if I would be talented. So Sonia Howard, is that another female? That's not a female. That would be five. 5 out of 77. How bright is a 75-inch Z9K? Is it good for movies? Z9K, it's rumored to be 4,000 nits. I've never measured the 75 or actually even the 85. It's excellent for movies. Z9K is a light Canon. Terry, if Terry's still in the chat, has it. Love the Z9K. I would say, excuse me, the X95L, the new one at 85, has better blooming control, but is nowhere near as bright as the Z9K. Z9K is phenomenal for movies. Excellent TV. But Sonia, buy that as a 4K TV. Don't buy it for 8K. Doesn't play 8K YouTube videos or anything like that. Buy it as a 4K TV. But don't buy it looking for 8K unless you're gonna like I guess 8K game on it. All right, that was a long time ago. I'll do the rest of the stream in Van Damme if you want. Is that what you want? Bye, ladies and Brian. I have to get back to work. Lynn, where are you living? You're getting back to work. I don't know where everybody and tell me and everybody in the chat when you leave your next comment, tell me where you are. I mean, I'm not saying the girls. I mean everybody. Where are you in terms of part of the country? What country you in? Please, Brian, ask Rob for 120 BFI and Sony TVs. Tell him that Sony can win. PC game was over with it. Absolutely, I will. But I would say plasma TV for gaming. More importantly, next time I have him on, I'll advertise it and then repost that for me verbatim, and I'll ask him. Awesome, Brian. I love traveling. My wife is traveling for business, insane amount, and sometimes she likes me enough to bring me with her, and that was, be doing more of that in the future. But I'd love to come down to Canada and come meet you guys. That'd be great. Brian, can you possibly track down someone with MediaTek and interview them? Perhaps we hear from TV builders, but rarely from component suppliers. That's a great question. I guess, yeah. I mean, FOMO will probably be better for something like that, but I can try. But I'll tell you something that Rob said that was really interesting that you guys may not know. And he didn't say it on camera, but it wasn't because he didn't want to. It was just after him and I were chatting. So LG and Samsung developed their own chips, and they have four HDMI 2.1s, right? Four, come on, five, four. So when I asked him how come they don't, so for MediaTek to provide four HDMI 2.1s, they would actually have to have two SoCs separate within the chassis. So that means LG and Samsung have developed it where they either have two SoCs or the way they're combined, they give you four. There's no way Sony could have MediaTek do that. If that makes sense. They would have to literally be two of them. So that passing that price on to the consumer when they're already the most expensive brand is nearly impossible. So, but I will try, and I'm sure Robert would have somebody there too that I could talk to. So I'll try, Michael. It's a great question or a great some great feedback. I appreciate it. John, what's your wife's name? Christine? Christine? Tell Christine to get to the chopper. Come on, Christine. Ah, tell Christine. John, if you're still there, tell me if you're still there. I'll do a special. Come on, Jen. Come on, Christine. Okay. Oh, just yeah, just chilling. Never. That's not true. The A95L will definitely have four. From what I'm hearing, they'll have four. But at the same time, the word on the street is that's why it's delayed. Is they have a different SoC to have four HDMI 2.1s, which to me, you know what, just chilling, is it necessary to have four? I will tell you yes. Why is it yes? The C1 behind me has eARC, right? So there's a Denon, and the Denon has 4K 120 and pass through, but I don't like going through my receiver for that. So I have eARC, I have a PC, PS5, Xbox Series X, and my Denon. So I use all four, and I don't like splitters, not because I'm dividing the signal. When you use a splitter, I don't like having the same settings for my PS5 that my LG, or I'm sorry, my Xbox, and I don't like those settings for my PC. So for me, it's convenience, and more importantly, it's just the principle of paying more for less, if that makes sense. When the A90J came out, it was so expensive and it had less feature sets than its LG counterpart. It's not that it wasn't better, it was better, it just had less. And it's hard to pay more for less. So, will they have it on all their TVs? No. I think they'll have it on the A95L, which will be another reason why it'll be really expensive. But you'd have to buy that TV, the most expensive one. Okay. Where is it? John, Christine, what are you doing with John? Come on, let's get in the chopper. Get out of here. Ah! Christine, do you like me? Am I a bad influence on John? Yeah. Oh, yeah. And Jen, where's Jen? What's it called? John, tell me if she likes me or she's like, come on, who's this guy talking about TVs? Let's see. All right, where the heck am I? Let's see. 3 hours. Boy, don't care. No, and what's funny? I'd say this. You guys remember Weird Science? You guys tell me if you remember Weird Science. When my voice just cracked. You hear that? When he's drunk. What's his name? And he's like, let me tell you my story. Let me tell you my story, man. He's like, this little eighth grade sweetie broke my heart. Broke my heart in two. Broke more than your heart. We've been talking for 3 hours, 15 minutes. And this is why I love streaming. I don't need a topic. It's just friendship. Seriously, it's just friendship. It's just about us, and it's what's gone in the world today. Is I hate, and I coined this phrase, and feel free to steal it. I hate having small talk with the people I love. So to talk to you guys as friends, and just chat, it's all good. To me, this is so much more valuable. Even people that I'm very close to, um, only want to meet out for an hour or chill. I don't want to hang out for half an hour. I rather hang out at all. So chilling with you guys for this period of time. I mean, 69 people watching, a live stream is probably not a lot of people. 67, it's dropping. Um, but about nothing in particular is what it's all about. It's just friendship. The super chats are sweet and I love that you do them. That's cool, but it's not necessary. These videos, and I tell you right now, guys, I can make videos every single day. I have topics I could do every day. I don't need the live streams for content, if that makes sense. I'm just here to hang out with you guys. That's it. That's all. You know, um, that is all. Come on. All right, someone else. John, bro, we watch your videos together. Oh my god, so cute. Now, Christine, I said Allah and to do the best she can for Takana, her Shadashi. I can't imagine women watching my videos. And I mean that in the nicest way, but I'm just a big dork. So here's where we're gonna get a Sony guy. I could not disagree with that more. It's not an overrated issue. This is where I do get a little hot. How can you say it's an overrated issue? I'm telling you it's an issue. And me and Manuel go back and forth. It is an issue. Reaching behind a TV this big in 2023 and unplug. And I'll tell you this about unplugging a cable, Manual. When you're talking about HDMIs and you're yanking them in and out, you will kill the port at some point. So if I have an elegant system and I'm buying a TV that costs $10,000 and I have receivers and speakers reaching behind the TV and pulling out a cord, I don't agree that it's not an overrated issue. It's a huge issue. And paying more money for a product that has less functionality is not practical. That's just my opinion. You're a big Sony guy. I know you are. In the comments, I can't tell if you're coming at me, but I'm coming at you. It's a big deal. Massive. People like me who have X amount of products, huge big deal. And I'm a content creator, so I unplug these a lot. But I'll tell you this, Manual, I don't unplug them from the TV. Very important. I unplug my consoles, I unplug my PC, I bring them with me. I don't unplug them from the TV. Do what we do, you will screw up the ports. Try replacing that. So it is a big deal. Got serious for a minute. You see me all fired up. Watch out. Watch out. Yeah. What do we got? And guys, I'll tell you about bias or fandom. You can be brand loyal all you want. That's your priority. I'm not that way. I could care less. You know, um, I'm a Turbo Graphics guy. I'm a Sega guy. I'm a Nintendo guy. You got to win the business every year, every single year. I would never blindly follow a company every year. You can be the biggest fan in the world, but I'm telling you, I heard people, um, I heard people tell me this TV was better than that TV. The other one's not even out yet. Like blindly saying this TV is the best TV in the world. It's not even out yet. John, I'm in Connecticut, man. Hit me up. Love to meet you guys out. You see me in a Best Buy, just say what's up. Come on, baby. You know I am. What time is it in Australia, Marcus? 78 still. Nice. Let's see. Brooklyn Blaze, you're in. So yeah, we'll definitely do like a meet and greet in the city or something if you guys want to do that. I'll do that. I'm not afraid. Oh, you guys were actually answering my question from an hour ago. Okay, that's where it makes sense. Lisa, Portland, Oregon. Brooklyn. Blaze, Long Island, New York. Scott is in Cincinnati, Ohio. Let's see. Jesse is in North Carolina, working the midnight shift. What's up? Al is in Michigan. John just moved a little closer, brother, in Connecticut. NC now. Awesome. Patrick is in dude, you know what's funny? I apologize. You guys actually answered what I asked, and I just ignored it because I got into an argument with not an argument. Um Conversation. I lost track. So how far back did I go with that? All right, let me sure I didn't miss anybody. Mm, 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 mm. Okay, I'll start with Lisa. Yeah, Portland, blah blah. Patrick's in Canada. Boy, Glenn, what's up, Glenn? He is in Edinburgh, Scotland. That's another great profile pic. Al is in Kitchener, Ontario, Canada. A lot of Canada in the house. Why did I think you were in Jersey, Tara? Portland, Oregon. And this is where I got John saying he was in Connecticut. Where in Connecticut were you, John? Buddy Love. Broward County, Florida. Let's see. Scott, what's up? Cincinnati, Ohio, go Bengals. Come on, Jen. You think I don't know where you are? Know where Jen is. And Jen says, Jen, you said you rock the French accent. Jen, will you come on camera? I'll have an interview with you in a heartbeat if you want to get on camera. I'll do the Van Damme accent. I'll be just answer the question. Oh, right here. Boom. Oh, when I have a French accent. All right. Let me know, Jen. I'll have you on camera in a heartbeat. Who wants to see an interview with me and Jen? Brian, what is your day job? Utah in the house. I will tell you that I am in the wellness industry. That makes sense. So the tech therapy thing actually does attribute to what I do for a living, but I won't share what my job title is. But I do have my own business, and I would put it in the wellness category. And that question was a long time ago. Oh, 10 minutes. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. I'm not a very good streamer, if you can tell. Oh, Majid in here talking about he's speaking French. I can't speak anything. I do good accents. Just answer the question. All right. All right. Wow, that was a long time ago. Okay, here we go. Amen. When you have it, you don't want a TV without it. Could not agree more, my friend. Just answer the question. Let's see. BD. Oh, what's up? Just ask me that. What's up, BD? How are you, my friend? Just answer me the right questions. Lisa, is this your first Brian only live stream? First time you've seen me just do live streams on my own? Because I'll do these all night. I ain't afraid. I only missed 5 of your questions. Which ones did I miss? But I think Lisa, you might have jumped on YouTube. I don't. How did you find me? Did you find me through FOMO? Let's see. OLP, don't hate. I work. Oh, let's see, I missed that. Here we go. If you have a gaming PC, you can't seriously be concerned about input lag on a Series X biggest troll. I don't know what that means. Noel, what are you saying? If you have a gaming PC, you can't seriously be concerned about input lag on a series. I don't think I understand what that means, but okay, whatever you're saying. You don't remember how we met? What? Come on, what was my boy? Was it was it Brooklyn boy? That was his first time, baby. Oh, Terry, real genius. I watched that the other day. Val Kilmer, man, miss me some Val Kilmer. You know what's a good movie was Ghost in the Darkness actually was a good and Michael Douglas playing Remington. Let's see. Okay, here we go. All Xbox games are on PC. Um, no, they're not actually. Um, they're now more that way, but no, they're not all there. If you look at Game Pass, they're not all there. But whatever you say. Al Pacino for us. We want like Heat. Ooh, because she's got a great. You got your head all the way up it. uh, let's see, where was it? Bring FOMO and come to the Cincinnati. Yeah, let's do it. Set it, hit him up. FOMO works live without a net. So that's my boy. FOMO is so you got FOMO and Brandon are like some of the nicest guys, you know, um, and we all work really well together. And like FOMO, for me to go to M Wave with him, it's like so I'm saying about collaborations. Collaborations, you have to flow and have a good flow. And I can do this by myself for 3.5 hours. I'm totally comfortable doing it. Where like, with me and FOMO, what's great is that we hit the ball back and forth. So you can't have somebody too dominant or somebody too technical. So, we've become very good friends and get no problem helping each other out. So, it's you'll definitely see us do more together in the future. Same with everybody else though. KG, Classy, all these other guys. It's great. Let's see. Okay, my bad. I forgot you guys might be worried about playing some random arcade game on Game Pass. No, I don't know what you're talking about, but continue, proceed. Every game now's got raised blacks, my man. It's unbelievable. All right, where we going? Lisa, you really can't remember how we met? I cannot believe that. Let's see. Jen, when are we doing an interview? I'm gonna put you on a spot. Are you down? Let me know. John, hit me up, man. I would love to. And I'll tell you, John, I look just like this in person. Like it or not, this is exactly. There's no filters, baby. Live without a net. I'd love to meet you guys out. No, definitely. Let's see. I mean, the A95L is going to be awesome, Lisa. I'm telling you, it's going to be very, very good. But the A95K is, like again, one of the best TVs out there. And the A95K doesn't struggle with the same issues with the polarizer that the S95B and C do. So you can put that thing on the beach, it'll be fine. So A95L is going to be a killer. It was definitely if we did a stream, it was on his channel because FOMO and I haven't streamed on my channel. But him and I do videos together. I rather do with FOMO when I have FOMO on my channel. I rather do like tech therapy videos with him because he's great to interview. So we do streams on his channel. He'll come on here anytime, but I rather do videos with him where I'm interviewing him because he's just got such good insight. And one of the best guys in a lot of YouTube communities that shows up for every video, that is always friendly, always has great comments, always has honest comments. But no matter when I post a video, whether it's a live or a premiere, I love doing premiere videos. I hope you guys like the premieres with the channel trailer and all that. But Craig Osterberg is awesome. Craig is just there with that smiling face on his profile pic, and always just like I really appreciate that, Craig. You know, friend to friend, um, the way you show up at all our live streams, man, it really does mean a lot. And I'll tell you right now, when you put out a video and especially do premieres, I'll tell you guys, I do premieres. So when you do a premiere video and you put it up and you look in the lobby, you're like, there's two people. You're like, oh crap. Let's see how this one's gonna do. And then Craig is like, what's up? And you're like, oh, Craig's in the house. We're good. And that's I can't tell you how much I appreciate that, Craig. I really do. It's always nice. I mean, seeing familiar faces always um seeing a familiar face is always cool, but Craig just has that, hey, don't worry, I'm here. So I appreciate it, Craig. I really do, man. So I really appreciate you showing out. He's awesome. Let's see. Let's see where it is. So Craig, much love, my friend. All right. You guys are talking about prices now. BD, I'd rather have the A95K. Okay. I'd rather have the A95K and a Samsung S95C than two Sony QD OLEDs. What do you mean, BD? You rather have just a bit of both, or because explain that a little bit more, my friend. Maybe you like to have the two different kinds. It's a good point right here. The X95L is 5,500. No way the A95L will be close to that. You meaning, Daryl, it's going to be more expensive? It'll be more expensive than the 85-inch X95. Maybe a little bit more, like six, maybe. I think manual came up with a definite price. All right. Mm. Sorry, my friend. I have no way of measuring that for you. Mm, mm, mm. What's up, Broken Wrench? You didn't even say hi to me the first time. Wow, is this still going on? Brian mentioned Extraction 2 a couple hours ago, so I put it on. Oh, so, so let me tell you something, Broken Wrench. Did you at least say hi? Because I might have missed it. But you said you're like, oh, cool. You like Extraction? All right. And you came back. Yeah, dude. I mean, Chris Helmsworth. I'll tell you, Chris Helmsworth. I loved him. He was in a million movies before he ever did Thor. We'll get into movies real quick. And he's great because he's got that charisma where he can be funny too. And I love the balance he had in Infinity War. Was it Infinity War, Infinite War, whatever it was, that one. He was awesome in that. Then they did the Fat Thor in Endgame, which I thought was funny for like 2 seconds. And then when he turned into Thor, my daughter and I were watching it in the theater. He turned into like, I got his confidence back, and he was still fat. And I'm like, what is that? So Thor Ragnarok was fine, but this whole making everything funny and silly, do not dig that. And I think I'm pretty funny. I think I'm charismatic, but I don't need to see that. So when I saw Extraction, the first one, if you want to demo TVs and sound, Extraction, the first one is awesome. And the actor that played, if you saw Extraction, he played the other guy, um, who was protected. He looked like he would have been great in like a Desperado remake. He had like longer hair. He was awesome. That was a great movie. So I'd rather see him do that than no more Thor Ragnarok. The other one was terrible. I cannot watch those movies. All right. Mm, 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 mm. Michael, I don't want to be reasonable. I want to. Let's do it. Let's see. I am a pro football fan. I am a Giant fan, because I am from New York. So I am a football giant fan. Plasma, your live stream has been great for my guitar practice. I've been going wild with my scales. Awesome. I don't know if that means that I'm that boring that you're able to play guitar or you've enjoyed just hanging out with us. SD class, you just finished the S95C. Come on, boys, working late. What time is it? 11 o'clock. Oh, quarter of? Yeah, man, classy putting in the work. Awesome. Yeah, dude, I hear you, man. The problem is again 4K Blu-ray, and I was want to do a video on this. And you let me know what you guys think about this in the comments. Are you guys big physical media, um, physical media fans? And so I am too. Always collected. But what I found interesting was streaming. The how can I say the convenience of streaming. Okay, when I would buy a movie, say on Apple, right away, my wife, my daughters, projectors, iPads, everybody's got access. When I would get a Blu-ray, they almost would never see it. So, and I'll tell you that even for me, um, when it comes into and you guys tell me what you think. When it comes into 4K Blu-rays, I would I'll give you an example. I got Highlander, my favorite movie, one of my favorite movies of all time. If you guys remember, my um my profile pic was Kurgan from Highlander for the first 5 years of the channel. It was only my face recently. My face that when I would buy 4K Blu-rays, a lot of times they weren't very good or they weren't a big jump. So I double dipped. You know, I think I remember, guys, I'm 48. I'll be 49. So, damn, oh, I'm getting old. Um, I would buy VHS. I would buy Laserdisc. I would buy the special edition, the widescreen edition, the pan and scan. I would have all these editions. And then when I got into 4K Blu-ray, a lot of times I would be like, okay, that wasn't a big jump, but the Blu-ray was sufficient. But to your point, the audio was can't miss. But something like Highlander and the movies I love, like one of my favorite movies, Jennifer, let me know if you like this one because it's a French film. Brotherhood of the Wolf is one of my favorite guilty pleasure movies of all time. And it's finally coming out on 4K Blu-ray. And I've had it on Apple TV forever. Event Horizon on Apple TV. And I'm not an Apple guy. Awesome, Glenn. Hopefully you look younger than me, my friend. Um, what I like about the Apple purchases, and bear with me for a second. When I was we probably all remember going to, maybe a record store, or I would go into even Walmart. And not only did I know when the movies would release, I like to browse. I like to say, okay, you know what? I'll buy this one, I'll buy that one. And then it got to be where Best Buy stopped carrying a lot of them. Walmart carries more regular DVDs than Blu-rays or 4K Blu-rays. So Apple, when you're looking at their downloads or their streaming, they'll have 4.99, 6.99, 7.99. Next you know what, I'm out there buying Brotherhood of the Wolf for $4. The Thing for $5. It reminds me of how I felt when I went out shopping. It's not the same as physical media, but physical media was always about that double disc. If you remember, I was part of a couple failing formats. One was HD DVD. I have one still sealed, but HD DVD started the whole process of the extra, the extra disc. Then there was Blu-rays without that. I gotta have 1,000 Blu-rays. I have to have hundreds of 4K Blu-rays. So I'm glad you guys still like physical media, but it's interesting because even I got weary of it because for a lot of times I'm like, wow, that doesn't look any better than the Blu-ray, which is a shame because the resolution It just I wish they put more work into remastering things. My top 3. Jen, mine is still in the box. I was gonna do an unboxing, on it, but then again, it's the same thing. People are people gonna watch me unbox a, HD DVD? Don't get old, please just mature. I don't know about me maturing, my man, but I know what you're saying. I'm just teasing you. And what's interesting, what's funny is vinyl. Talk about making a comeback. There's more vinyl in Target than there's movies. All right, guys, we're coming up on 4 hours of hanging out with you guys. Hope you guys are having a nice time. Yo, Tommy. Running a cliffhanger is a good one. He's all leaning back. You know, it's what's it? First Blood. I love First Blood. He's like, when they like cut when he gets cut. Then there's was it Rocky 5 when he's like, yo, Tommy, you gotta move side to side. You'd be like a windshield wiper. Yo, how you doing? Hey, yo, Rock. You're a bum. You're a bum, Rock. No, I hear you. I hear you, Cosmo. I hear you. Let's see, where am I? Yo, Rock, yo, how you doing? Yo, Tommy. They're gonna use you up and throw you in. Oh, man. Let's see, where the heck am I? All right, go to the bottom here. Yo, Rock. Hey, yo, Paulo. It was it Rocky 3? Rocky 3? Yo, Paulo can't do that no more. He was just like, you can't turn around and off like some kind of radio. He's like, yo, Paulo can't do that no more. So you can't be afraid to just let your face look as silly as possible. Yo, Paulo. Oh, man. Was it Rocky 2 when he was trying to do the with Rocky 2 when he's trying to do the commercials and they put like the thing on his face and he goes, yo, when me and my guys are doing a midnight rendezvous. He's like, it's rendezvous because he couldn't read. Hey, yo, Tommy, yo, yeah, Paulie. Paul, you still watching, bro? I know Paulie wants to play some Call of Duty. Paul, you playing Call of Duty tonight? Oh, it's 11 o'clock, bro. Paulie's my guy, man. So Paulie's probably my best boy in real life. You can't do no more, Paulie. They're gonna use you up like they did me and throw you out. Oh, man. Telling you, can't do that no more. Darwin, what's up? Thank you for the super chat. Hey, from Europe, does the X95L has QDs? Is it better than the QM8? Walked away from OLED because of the ABL and the heavy burn-ins. I appreciate you helping us, my friend. You are most welcome. They don't have quantum dots. They have like a triluminous, their version of it. They don't say quantum dot. Is it better than the QM8? I would say yes. I mean, the QM8, however, it's hard to say. To me, I'll give it to you this way, Darwin. The X95L to me was better than the QN95C, which is the one I want, right? So it's a quantum dot mini LED, Neo QLED mini LED. To me, the QM8, from what I've seen of it, is more similar um, to the signature of the Samsung. If you like the X95L's image, which is more accuracy, and the X95L has excellent blooming control, but still has shadow detail. I'd probably still give the without me really fully seeing the QM8 at 85. I think the QM8 is more like the Samsung. So for overall picture quality, just me spitballing, I'd probably still go with the X95L. in terms of its overall picture quality, because I think the QM8 behaves a lot like the Samsung. So, but I'll see the QM8 in a few weeks at 65, and I'll see it at 85 inches too. But right now, I would go off my hip the X95 because the X95 that was one of the best TVs I've ever seen. So hopefully that helps. Thank you for the super chat. I hope all is well in Europe. What time is it where you are, my friend? I'm telling you, Mark Dacascos in Brotherhood of the Wolf. Now, if you guys, it's called Jen. Help me with the pronunciation of the brother Lepax de something. It's I saw it in the movies. Brotherhood of the Wolf is based on the story of France, these random killings that were happening by some animal, and it was this undercover cult. But the action in that film, the duality of these two guys, Manny, who is like an Indian tribe, and um, it's so good. It's it's so good. Except for the CG doesn't stand up the same way, but the movie is, I mean, priceless. And the Cascas is jacked in that movie. So check it out. Don't do a good Christopher Walken. I cannot do. I can, but it would be it'd be damned. Was it it was I can't say 'cause it's not appropriate, but it was Bruce Willis in Pulp Fiction. He goes, Dane Coolidge. He goes, he wore this uncomfortable piece of metal in his he goes, and he'd be damned. Have your birthright. More it's not very good, but you know what I'm saying. Let's see. All right, where we at? Mm-mm, mm-mm. Yep, I am. I have banding, but again, banding for me is content dependent, Noel, more than anything. So I would see that on not movies or sports, it would be on certain games. And those games would typically have elevated block levels. So, for an example, Dead Space Remaster has no banding whatsoever. Callisto Protocol banding everywhere. But in Callisto Protocol, that game's you see this color here? 15% gray is banding mayhem. You take that and you put some smoke and effects and gradients, and it's a nightmare. And back when OLEDs like the C9, or forget the CX, the C9, C8, they crushed black so heavily, you never saw banding. And I much rather have that. So now that OLEDs are trying to be more accurate and have more shadow detail, now you're seeing that. Plus, again, bad HDR implementation. So yes, I am sensitive to it. And on QD OLEDs, it's definitely better. Mm, 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 Yeah, good movie. Good movie. Yeah, Lisa, a lot of people love the two channel, no doubt. We need more cowbell. Be damned. Be damned. Let's see. All right, guys, we are at 3 hours, 48 minutes. You guys want to shut it down at 4 o'clock? 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock? 4 hours? I ain't afraid. Let's see. Just answer the question. We need more cowbell. Gotta have more cowbell. You know what's a great Christopher Walken movie is The Prophecy, where he plays Gabriel. Excellent. They can't. I mean, are you into? Was it Creed? Not a big Creed guy. I like Michael B. Jordan too. He was awesome. And first time I saw him was in The Wire. Best shows ever made. And I do. That's what I use. That's what I use. Nah, Lisa, I'm a machine. I was in the gym this morning at 5:30. And then I worked until about a half an hour before I came on, hopped in the shower, and then I'm here for you guys. With you guys here to be here as long as you need me to be here. There's a Van Damme when in Bloodsport when he's when he puts the hat on, the dude cuts his he goes, ah, I'm not here to be your punching bag. I didn't mean to steal it. Have I seen? I have, but I saw it at CES. So I don't know if that is indicative of it. I like Hisense, and I got killed on FOMO's live stream, right? And I'll tell you why. Oh, let me just stretch a little bit here. Put the camera close. Come close to me. Just answer the question. So I did a live stream of FOMO. Some of you guys watched it where we were talking about the QM8. No, 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 it was not the QM8. It was the we were talking about the Hisense US7K. And I was talking a little bit about the settings and how I wanted them to be a little bit more flexible and just the fact that they need to have better settings. And the hate I got that I was only favoring the top 3 totally misunderstood what I was saying. I'm like, I just think they need to have a better store presence, and I think that, cutting corners has to be changed. Then all of a sudden, I hated the brands. Then I'm a Samsung guy, and I'm a Sony guy, I'm an LG guy. So it's amazing how everyone's like, "Oh, you're a shill for this company." I hate that word. Like, come on, man, really? I'll change these TVs, no problem. Oh my god, yo, Glenn, has anybody here saw No Retreat, No Surrender? So No Retreat, No Surrender was one, if I'm not mistaken, Glenn, help me out. It was No Retreat, No Surrender. Then there was Black Eagle, if you remember. He had the best poster. Black Eagle had a poster. He was the bad guy with the guy that was in Revenge of the Ninja. And the poster had him like he's like, "Bah!" Like his arm was all jacked. He was like, "Bah!" Right? And in No Retreat, No Surrender, he was supposed to be a like Ivan Drago. So he was trying to be like a Russian character, but he was a monster in that movie. That movie is horrendous. It's about a kid getting beat up, and I think Bruce Lee's ghost, Glenn, doesn't he like train him? And it's not even the kid. It's like the kid's big brother is like, um, he's like got like a hairy chest, and Van Damme. If you guys saw the movie, please tell me because you'll only get this right. He he throws people off the ropes, and he does like that spinning kick that he does that split kick. And he takes the guy, he puts him in the corner. He takes the pad, puts it over his face. He's like, "Beer, beer." What a terrible movie, but I love that movie, Van Damme. Oh my god. Mm, of course I've seen it. Lone Wolf McQuaid? He's fighting David Carradine. Dude, what is going on with me? Jennifer, you're still in the chat. I'm not talented. He's like David Carradine. David Carradine is doing like this kung fu thing at the end. If you remember of Lone Wolf McQuaid, and Carradine is rocking like a V-neck sweater, and he's like, "Oh man, don't worry, Lisa. Lisa, I'm gonna lose you tonight when you see my silly side." You're like, okay, so much for being a tech reviewer. Goodbye." Is Lisa, am I gonna lose you? My sub count gonna go down by 1. Gotta have fun, guys. Gotta have fun. Dude, I tell you, Van Damme, man. I'll never forget when what was it? When he was drunk in all these movies, but the best is a kickboxer. When he goes, "Yeah," and he's like comes outside and he beats everybody up and he goes, Those guys tried to hurt me. It's like, "Bleh." Hit Chun-Li's weak in the stomach. Oh my god, just answer the question. Jackson, Jackson. Oh man, how many tech reviews roll like your boy does? 4 hours. Uh, bunch of slack jaw. But Jesse James, not Jesse James. Jesse the Body. Make you a sexual tyrannosaurus. Like Apollo. How about Apollo? And talk about typecasting. Um, what's his name? I forget his name. Action Jackson. When he's in Predator, he's like, she goes, they only come when it's very hot. And like the chameleon, that chick's accent, like the chameleon. He goes a bunch of he goes, lizard. He goes, some goddamn lizard. It's so funny. Oh my god, just answer the question. Oh, Lisa, you gotta see these action flicks. I mean, you talk about the one-liners, Split. Van Damme was the man, though. Uh, yeah, yeah, no, I hear you. I like those too. Yeah, Paulie, ain't got no time to bleed. Bunch of slack jawed. Yo, Predator, I'm gonna tell you right now. All right, Glenn. I'm gonna say this. When you look at Predator, all right, the first one, even the second one, some Glover, bro. Oh my god. So you look at Predator, the first one. I saw that movie when I was a kid, and same with Terminator. Saw those in the theater. Those are horror movies, sci-fi horror. What I loved about it was I'm gonna give you two scenes. All right, okay, all right, okay, all right. One of the best scenes in Terminator is when she goes into when her roommate is like making a sandwich. She got the headphones on, and her boyfriend from Top Gun, "I'm gonna bust you up, man." When he's laying there and he punches through the pillow, the face that Arnold makes, he does this a few times. When she has the sandwich, she's walking back, and her boyfriend breaks through the floor or through the door. I'm sorry, and he's slumped over, and Arnold's face is just like, look at my face, right? It's not hasta la vista, baby. Now I love Terminator 2. Don't get me wrong, that was a great film. But when he was the straight villain in Terminator, um, unbelievable. Unbelievable. He was just like it was just his face. When he was in the club and he was like his movements, all that stuff, amazing. Predator. Take the other side of Predator. I'm gonna point this out to you, Glenn, and you let me know what you think. I'll tell you my story, man. What I loved about Predator was Arnold was an animal in that film. Monster. And it's one of the few films where he's getting torn up at the end. I mean, the Predator is beating the hell out of him. And what's so funny is not funny, but when he was getting beat up and the Predator had the infrared on, not the mask, but he was still seeing an infrared. You could hear Arnold going, "Ah, ah, ah." He's like running away. And he actually hits, he punches Arnold in the face. He's like, oh, he only wins by hitting the trap and the tree falls on him. Today's movies, that would have been like funny, and Arnold's daughter would have beaten it. You feel me? There was tangible reasons. There was no way Reese in the first one, or for an example, I'm gonna go back another way. Terminator 2, Sarah Connor goes to kill um, Miles Dyson from Cyberdyne Systems. So, Sarah's one of the original, you know, badasses. And she goes in and she goes to kill him, and his son hits his leg and he moves. So she shoots. Then she rolls into the house and she's popping. And then when she gets in to kill him, and his acting was amazing because he was like, "What did I do?" Right? The emotion of her character, who then couldn't do it, kill this innocent man. The the amount of complex storytelling in that is gone, doesn't exist anymore. That would have been like a funny moment, if that makes sense. The Terminator movies, Prey was pretty good. It was different, but the buildup of those films, the acting in those films, especially the first Terminator, which again is a horror movie, you'll never see again. Like Aliens, another perfect film. But remember, Aliens humor, Hudson, game over, game over, wasn't meant to be funny. It was meant to be anxiety. Like Bill Paxton struggled for a long time after making that film because he felt like, damn, my character was really kind of weak. No, it was complex. It's a funny moment that would happen in real life. So where those movies got a little crazy is when the one-liners are like, time to split, things like that, like Running Man, for instance. Running Man doesn't stand up the same as the others. Still love me some Running Man. But what I'm trying to say is those two movies are timeless. The writing, everything, incredible. The Thing is another one. The Thing um is just a bunch of guys. And when you look at the setting of The Thing, that whole area looks lived in. And I love that about these old movies. I was watching Apocalypse Now the other day, especially on 4K Blu-ray. It's the detail. It's not just a white room with it's you can see like if you look in The Thing and you're looking in the back, you can see the pinball machine, the board games, how old even though, so when I'm watching even The Shining, you're watching those films, you can get lost in a scenery. Films today, and it's not because I'm old and I'm not watching these movies for nostalgia. They're just not very good. And look, I like John Wick, don't get me wrong. First John Wick was fantastic, but I don't need 9 of them. And I may really be in the minimum here or the minority is I don't need a bunch of fast and I'm not a big unplug your brain and just relax guy. I'm not. I'm a writer by trade. I'm an artist by trade. I write, I draw, I'm in the dialogue. I cannot just unplug my brain and watch garbage. So, that's what superhero movies have become for me. They're horrendous in my opinion. The writing is terrible. A lot of these movies I struggle with. But all right, I'm talking way too long. Let's get back in. All right, here we go. Sorry about that. Got a little crazy. Whenever this is a while ago. Whenever Robert gets it, I'll check it out. That was a long ass time ago. All right, guys. The sub count or whatever is going down. We got 59. So if you guys are getting tired, let me know. I will definitely. We're at over. Let's go four. Let's do four and a half. You want to do four and a half with me? Who wants to do four and a half? Are you guys done? Weird science. Let's see. John, I love how these live streams start off with technical questions, end up movies. Yeah, come on, man. Come on. You know me, Stallion. Was it Apollo? You know me, Stallion. Always something different. Apollo. Apollo, come on. You know me, Stallion. I love that movie, man. I remember when Apollo died in Rocky 4. I was like, yeah, talk about Rocky. Who asked me for the Rocky? Was it you, Michael? Um, the best Rocky moment. And here's some interesting trivia, right? I'll do this without giving away my last name. My grandfather on my so I'm I am Irish, German, Scottish, Italian, if that makes sense, right? My last name is very Irish. And my grandfather's best friend was Burgess Meredith from Rocky. Mick was also in Clash of the Titans and a million other. They were in a band together. So if you research that, you might be able to find my grandfather. Um, you're a bum rock. But one of the best scenes in that was when, and it was deep. And I remember in the theater again watching that Rocky 3 back in the day. What I loved about that movie was he loses. And you're like, oh, it was right up there with Empire Strikes Back. You're like, did they lose? You're like, I remember watching Empire Strikes Back as a kid going, they lose, they lost. It was this unheard of to not win, right? Luke gets his hand cut off, gets thrown out the window, and you're like, there's got to be more to this, right? Nah, he lost. So when Rocky, Mick has a heart attack and he's laying down, and Rock comes in, he's like, what happened, kid? He's like laying there and he's all sweating, and he's like next to him. I'm telling you, look up this scene, and he's like, oh, he goes, knockout, a second round. He's like, oh, I'm proud of you, I'm proud of you. And when he dies, he's like, Mick, he's like, Mick. It was emotional when he said that. I started laughing in the theater. I'm like, did he really just laugh? Nah, I know Vinny Barbarino. Come on, man. I'm not I do some impressions, but not legit. It's special, all right, Paul. It's special, baby. You boy, I ain't afraid. That's why my channel doesn't really grow, man. I'm not about the numbers. I'm about chilling. It's about how because I'm telling you guys, it's you guys think it's not legit. When people say community, I'm gonna tell you this. Oh, we're our community. Yo, what's up, fam? All that crap. It is a community. I do look at it that way. Tonight, in my opinion, or in my mind, was like meeting you guys out. 4 hours is a lot for a live stream, right? However, um, all young, dumb, bubblegum. Four and a half was Christine. Come on, just answer the question. Um, I am looking at this. If I was say, what time I get on tonight? 7. All right, so 7 o'clock. If we were going out and you're like, hey, Brian, we're gonna meet out at this bar or whatever. Doesn't have to be a drinking thing. You wouldn't hang out for 4 or 5 hours. That's what we're doing. Now I can't watch 4 or 5 hour live streams on calibrations and phone one I've talked about. I can't watch that stuff myself because I just get bored. I can't just watch that. But me being with another person and talking to you guys for this long probably wouldn't work either. It's just me and you guys. That's not what I'm trying to convey. That's what it is. That's how I feel. So when I said tonight, do you want to do this in regards to me saying thank you for 25,000 subscribers? It's not like, let's get 26. It's more about thank you. Here's my time because I want to hang out with you guys. And I'll just answer the questions as I go up and down on them. Up and down on them. That didn't sound good, but you know what I'm saying? Versus, you know, and that's why I'm saying, even getting into TVs and things of that nature, that's cool. I'm down for I'll do that all day. But if my channel, let me give you an example. If my channel was um the way I'd want it to be, it would be what we're doing right now. Tech therapy would be this. I would do these videos every day, but I would do them based on the Terminator. I would do them on Predator. I would do them on gaming. The problem with YouTube is they won't want me to do that. They want to put you in a box. I'm a TV channel. That's what I am. So you end up doing that content and it confuses the algorithm if I do a gaming video and then a movie video. And I've done it. I've done movie reviews for an hour. And if they don't do well, it messes with you. So I look at live streams as a way to still share this love and still talk about movies and talk about life and everything else. More so than a video on it, I guess, if that makes sense. But I really appreciate you guys hanging out with me this long. It does mean a lot. And more than I can tell you. Darwin, what's up? I first got the QN900B, but sent it back because of the energy consumption banner when you change the picture. Can highlight some key differences. Can I highlight Q900B and X95L, especially on color vibrance? So you would see the energy consumption banner. You're in Europe, so you would see that. I don't see that here. I would imagine that the 900B is affected differently, being that you're in Europe. So the X95L, more than color vibrance, it's just more accurate. And so I wouldn't say it's more vibrant. Well, I can't say that. The Q900B more so than um let me say this to you. When the way Samsung handles blooming, for instance, a lot of times what they do is they dim the whole image to compensate for the blooming. So you might find more vibrancy on the X95L for the fact that it does not dim, not ABL. It doesn't dim trying to hide blooming, if that makes sense. X95L has really no blooming from what I could see, very, very little. So I would tell you that it's not necessarily, you're not going to see more color in terms of color gamut on the X95, but you will see a more consistent, clear, clean image. And the processing is definitely better. That's what I can say. Thank you for the super chat. Hopefully that helps, my friend. Got all technical for a minute. Just answer the question. All right. Where we at? And Darwin, you don't have to do super chats. I appreciate that's really nice of you. Just to ask me the question. I got you. I got you, baby. I got you. All right. Live streamers are my favorite kind of content to practice the guitar. What is up with you and the guitar? I'm listening with headphones and my hands are going crazy with the guitar. I don't need to hear that. So you're using me as noise canceling headphones. I love that. And for those of you guys that don't know, Plasma TV for gaming, he's got a great channel. Very, very detailed. And he'll answer your questions. He's a good guy. Really good guy. I'll have him on here one time. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to have you on here, bro. Just know you gotta go. If you come on the channel, baby, I go 5 hours. Gotta have the stamina. What about Rambo? What about Rambo? Scott, I'm gonna tell you right now, baby. I'll tell you my story. I'm a first blood guy. Rambo, Rambo, when he was like, I'll tell you what ruined Rambo for me, Scott. Hot Shots Part 2 ruined Rambo for me. When he was doing the kickboxer thing, instead of putting the glass, he was putting the gummy bears. Charlie Sheen. Oh man. Everyone's trying to get technical now. Trying to change the party, Michael. All right, I'm gonna do this one in accent. Sony's XR cognitive processor is considered to be the best processor in the industry. Not really because of the hardware, but because of the software algorithm Sony calls into it to make the best possible image for Takana de Shidoshi. Yeah, I mean, I guess, Michael, that sounds good. But yeah, it's Sony. I mean, Sony is relying very much on their engineering, and they have a certain signature, and they are the best in the industry at that. No question. At all, no question. It's so funny. I had Rob Brennan on for like 5 hours, and then I was a Sony fan. Then I'm buying a Samsung, and now I'm a Samsung shill. And then I had like LG. It's so funny. And these are people that watch the channel all the time. Like all the time. I live stream with you would be great. Let's do it. Oh, you got them 4 hours, baby? Let's do it. Come on, guys. Let's do it. Come on. I'm not afraid. You want me doing a Scarface accent? Hey, man, come on. I'll do Manolo. This time last year, we were seeing a catch. How about Die Hard? I love me some. You know what? I love me some Die Hard. What's happening with Bruce Willis is terrible. It's terrible. We're down to 50 people. You guys are falling off. Guys, you guys must be tired of me. I love Die Hard, Die Hard 1, Die Hard 2. I mean, again, I don't need 9 of them. I really don't. I'm not a big sequel, prequel. I mean, like, Star Wars died. I mean, tell you my story, but, Star like, I'll give you an example. I was in the UK, right? We were in some Disney store. Perfect example. And they had the melted Darth Vader mask from, what was the Force Awakens, where Darth Vader's mask is melted. It's like $1,000. So I'm walking upstairs and my daughter, my wife was ready to order it for me. This like statue. And I was like, "No, I don't want that." And the girl that was working there was totally like, "What?" I was like, "I don't want that." And she's like, "Well, if you're a Star Wars fan," I'm like, "Yeah, but I'm not really anymore." And that's kind of sad, you know? It's look, you can see like if you look at that, you see that poster in the corner? Where is it? See that right there? That's a disc plate, like a metal poster. Jaws. Jaws is my number 1 of all time. Number 1 film of all time. Jaws is number 1. I probably got The Thing at number 2, Aliens at number 3, but it's, Star Wars is getting destroyed, and I just cannot be part of it. Can't watch it at all. Meek. Thanks, just order the X95L. You helped me a lot. Gotta sleep now. Oh, cool. I'm gonna go to the gym, baby. 522. That's perfect. All right. Well, do me a favor. Follow up and let me know how you like it. If you don't like it, please don't tell me. Rudy. All right. I like that. Fun fact. Who was in Rudy? Vince Vaughn is in that movie. Oh, McGregor. I actually can do him, but I won't because that dude's just off the charts crazy. Oh, I can do Irish actually. What was nuts is that Rob he does. It's Rob had that first OLED. I gotta call Rob. First OLED, and then he also had the Z9D. So I wanted to just go to his house. He's in Texas, I believe. Let's see. Let's tell my story, man. John Legg, Lisa B, my favorite channel by see, I'm always getting the end of these comments. I'm one of Brian's original followers. This makes me sound like Jim Jones. Hey John, you want to have some of this Kool-Aid? You and Christine have some Kool-Aid with me. Ah, I tell you now, I wouldn't watch me. So I appreciate it. I love that you guys watch me because I don't watch my own stuff. Man, uh, where is it? John, is Christine still there chilling? Come on, Brian. No more technical stuff. And you may be at 50 viewers, but I'm 51. Let's roll. That's too bad. Keep it going. Fire it. You guys ever watch The Crow? Great movie. Um, and he's like, fire it up, fire it up, fire it up. Let's go. I talked about this earlier. And I are still good friends. We just haven't really collabed lately. Shane is more speaker, um, projectors, and I'm more TVs, gaming, and he's collaborating with a lot of other YouTubers that do more speakers, and I just end up we never had a disagreement or anything. We just haven't collaborated. So we might get on it. Hit him up, ask him. He might have a different answer for you. But that's my boy. But again, I've talked about if you're doing a stream with and I mentioned this before, Shane and I did a lot of funny like live streams about Blu-rays and movies. My hair is jacked up. And it's like we would do that all day long, but I'm not gonna do like speaker reviews for 2 hours or even project my community doesn't watch that. So he's not gonna do gaming ones, right? So hit him up. That's my boy. I love Shane. Enter the Dragon. Oh, it's still do you know how shredded he was in that movie too? Enter the Dragon. Black Belt Jones with the afro. He's like, "Wah!" You was it Black Belt Jones? He had the afro, and he's like, "Man, you straight out of a comic book." He was smooth. I was really gotta look him up because he should have been a bigger star. I mean, you guys remember that? Was it Black Belt Jones? Black Belt Jones? He was awesome. Yeah, what a great movie, man. What a great movie. What's up, Dank Trees? I haven't heard you say anything once. Oh, Mike Tyson? Oh, dude, I used to do the best Mike Tyson. Best. I can't do it now. My voice is deeper. But hold on a second. Uh yeah, right here. Um, man, you straight out of a comic book. But Mike Tyson, the heavy champ of the world, I'm unstoppable. Get the pinpoint shot, the great custom model. I used to do that perfect. When I was younger and I could actually my voice was higher. I wasn't like 11, but like I'm a great custom model. Uh talk the cuff for hours. I'm the champ of the world. I'm unstoppable. My defense is impregnable. Ugh. Terry trying to be man, why you trying to be all technical, baby? Oh, see Terry had the Z9K. When I get one, my friend, I mean, I'm still waiting for Robert to get it, so we'll see. It's gonna be tough. X90L's got a lot of competition this year. Oh, dude, Vince Vaughn was. I'll tell you right now. I'm gonna get serious with you guys. Vince Vaughn did a phenomenal movie with Joaquin Phoenix and Anne Heche. Oh, Anne Heche. Oh my god, that was a horrible ending. Um, Forget Paradise. Say goodbye. It was this movie where they were in the Philippines, like on a spring break, and they ended up catching one of the guys with hashish, which is Joaquin Phoenix. They're putting him to death, and they had to bring. She came in to see if they can get them back. Uh, Sad movie. Not appropriate for this conversation, but check that one out. It's again Vince Vaughn, non-funny. Talented dude. Talented dude. Heavyweight champ of the world. I'm unstoppable. I'm impregnable. My defense is incredible. Get that pre-workout, bro. What are you taking that pre-workout? John, are you doing that Rich Piana pre-workout where you just like throw it in your mouth or you actually put liquid in it? Man, you're straight out of a comic book. Still waiting for a good version of that, Scott. Oh, 4 hours, 20 minutes. How long did we say we were going? I go back up here. Yeah, I'm telling you, bro. Let's see. It was another good movie. Where'd it go? You know what he was good in too? Iceman the Bob. He was good in Chronicle. You guys ever see Chronicle? That was a good movie. Loki. Oh, Jade to the end. What's up, baby? Oh, I'm probably catching you at the end of the stream. Listen to JDM, you know your boy. Jay's been around forever. Um, I'm probably catching you at the end of the stream since all the voices are coming out of the box at once. Keep it up. Support this man. He bleeds tech and help. Thanks, bro. I appreciate it. That was an awesome comment. Yeah, you know it's getting late. I'm like, come on. Okay. You want a bit big guy? You know, I'll tell you what, Al Pacino was it was definitely a miss, but it was still a good movie. Was damn, what was the movie? With Sean Penn. No Walk. It was when what the hell am I talking about? You guys know what I'm talking about. Give me the name. Al Pacino, John Leguizamo. We had a leather jacket, and he was like uh a gangster. Hate your children's children. Um, dude, Richard, dude, what do you think this is? Don't wait for me. You know, so Richard, these are who does Richard Dreyfuss? He pulls his shirt out. He's like, "You see this?" He's like, "You're wearing a sweater." He's like, "She broke my heart." Don't wait for me. I need some more scale. Um, no, what is the movie? We said the leather jacket. What is it? God, what are the movie names? Come on, some Carlito's Way. Good, good. All right, so check it out. Carlito's Way. So it was wow, I can't believe you guys both got it. I'll give you, BD got it, and so did so Carlito's Way. When he's Carlito Pregate, exactly, dude. But check it out. When he's in the bathroom and he like punches the mirror, he's like, Gail. And he goes, he's my brother. And what he say? Yeah, he goes, he's my brother, Gail. I owe him. And I was like, damn, Al. He was doing like the Spanish slash like Texas, but he's like, he's my brother. You killed us. I was like, he was a little over the top. Good movie though. But Bragante to the Baga Max. I actually did see I was watching Notting Hill when I was in good movie actually when I was in UK. You know what movie he was really good in, Lisa, is The Gentleman, which is a great flick. John, what's up, John? I did see that actually. Yeah, I hear you. They are in danger. Well, we're racing history right now, my friend. But yeah, they're wanting to redo that, so they're trying to jump in there. I hope they do. You know, dude, my man put no, he was some good fellas. Hey, Spider, I ain't a lot of problems. Uh, so check it out. So, Son of a Woman was, and I should have noticed it earlier, is when my man, I don't know if he smoked a lot, but when he was like, ooh, and I was like, all right, so okay, that's a different character versus like Dog Day Afternoon when he talked like this. He was very, very high voiced. Hey Sonny, Then all of a sudden it was like, and then he was just that. Well, yeah, he talked very deep. I was like, damn, man. Um, we do. Sad movie, man. Officer and Gentleman. David Keith, that actor, like reminded me of my dad, who was a Vietnam vet. I saw that movie. I was like, Mick. Jay to the end of the stream. Do you know Brian? Yeah, he does. Jay knows me, baby. You know me, Stallion. Always something else. Oh man, Carlito's Way. Pagante to the max. Stephanie belongs to the club. I tell you, what, one of my favorite scenes, like everybody loves Scarface. I love Sosa. I got have you with a Sosa. Clase chick. But it was like Sosa. He's like, I tell you, what do you say? He goes, I like you, Tony. There's no lying in you. But don't you ever try to. I told you one time. He was like, okay, class A. Let's see. All right, guys, we are 4 hours and 27 minutes. How we feeling? How you guys feeling? How's everybody doing? So I tell you this, man. That's the boss's lady. You're gonna get a skill. Little kiss, boys, girls, don't matter. Little kiss. Like Scarface, I like Manny better than I like Pacino in that. When he's like, when he's driving his sister home and he's like, why don't you get somebody with a real job, like a banker? And he goes, I like, she goes, I like Fernando. He goes, he's nice. He knows how to treat a lady by taking you to the toilet to make out. Like, I like him. I like Fernando. Come on, man. That's the boss's lady. You're gonna get a skill. He's soft. Yeah, Good Will Hunting, good movie. Definitely good. I like them apples. What am I got? I got some random hard tea that I've been mixing the whole night. Let's see. Heat, though. If you look at what's amazing about Heat, Heat is like a show. That movie's so long. Heat, you had Al Sizemore. Ah, rest in peace, man. What about a great before he got all crazy on like was it Surreal House? He got nuts. Sizemore was the man. You had him, but you had all these different stories in one film. Then you had the ex-con, right? You know, what was his name? Paulie, the guy from Major League. He's like, Jobu. Val Kilmer's character, his girl, his son, Hank Azaria. Then you had the other side, Pacino. Then you had Natalie Portman was in that. She's struggling. She commits suicide. Then you had, yeah, she does that. Then you had all these different stories in that one film. You had the guy that played like the serial killer, Waingro. He's like, she goes, you know, he's like, you lying to me? I was telling you lying. Um, so you had all these. You can't do that anymore. There's no way you would do that. Great film. Richard Pryor, the toy. Love me some Richard Pryor. Now we do. Let's see. Mm. Brian, you got to do your best and try to watch Blood of Heroes before the end of the year. Mad Max. Oh, I'll definitely check that out in a heartbeat. I was watching Road Warrior the other day. Love Mad Max too. The Goose. All right, where we at? Affleck guy with the deep voice was in Heat. Yeah, Allstate commercials too. He was in a lot of other stuff too. 24. Dude, Craig, good call, bro. Good call. I'm your Huckleberry. So what's so interesting is that a little bit of trivia, right? So Huckleberry, Craig, you might notice, is another name for um you know what a pallbearer is in funerals, where you actually carry the casket. There was another term for it back then, which is like bearer, hucklebearer, or whatever. So when he's like, "I'm your huckleberry," well, I always thought that was like Huckleberry Hound, and like the olden days, that meant like I'll carry your casket. Like, think about that. That's deep. He's like, "Don't you guys play for blood?" My boy Reese, and he's like, "I'm your Huckleberry. That's just my game." There. Now we can be friends again. You might be the Antichrist. Let's see where we at. All right, crew. 4 hours, 32 minutes. Got 51 still watching. That's crazy. Why do you destroy everything you touch? Growth. Where'd you get that kind of money? Tombstone. You know what's like Tombstone? I'm gonna tell you this. Tombstone stands up well. Kurt Russell's a little tough in that movie, though. A little tough. He's like, hell's coming with me. His like neck is all thin. But Val Kilmer steals the show in that. There. Now we could be friends again. Let's see. Music lover. Got two guns, one for each of you. Good movie. Good movie. Love me some Val Kilmer, man. All right. Where are we at? Four. See, now you guys know why I can't leave these up. If I leave, not that it would be demonetized or anything, but who the hell's going to watch this after? Like 4 hours and 30 minutes of us doing this? Come on, man. That's the boss's lady. Oh, yeah. And like, look, a junkie. So I want to solve perote. I can't even have it. He's like, don't pick on her, man. Don't pick it. Me? I tell the truth. Even when I lie. What a good movie. Point your fingers. All right, crew. Let's get some closing shots. It's getting late. Let me know what you guys. Oh, it's gonna be 11:43. Paulie, we playing some Modern Warfare? You still up in there? Let's see. Hold on one second. Let me check the. Hold on one second, guys. Hold on. I'll tell you my story. Just answer the question. So you know what's funny? Good point with Last Action Hero. When that movie came out, I hated it. Um, because I was like, damn man, like, what is he doing? But looking back in that movie, especially when he was doing the spoof, he's like, to be or not to be, not to be. So that movie's better now. When I was younger, I'm like, what is he? Because again, I wasn't big into the funny Arnold. I liked it better when he was serious, like Predator, Raw Deal, Commando. But Commando had like, stick around, come on. Mozart's Ghost. Robert invited Vincent to the shootout. Maybe he does that every year. I don't know. It'd be cool to have him attend, though. I guess. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Could be. Could be. Love to meet Vincent. It's not a Thuma. It's not. It's not a Thuma. I'm not sure Vincent would come. I mean, he's in the UK. That's a pretty long flight, but it would be cool to meet him. Make him a judge. Let's see. All right, guys. We are 4 hours, 35 minutes. Um, Yeah, it'd be great to meet you, man. Come say what's up. Hey, Vincent does his own shootout. The thing with Vincent does his shootouts are blind. So he does them where he runs them and then has the judges come look at them, which I think is really cool. Really hard to do though. But it'd be cool to meet him, man. More the merrier. Never spoken to Vincent. But I know everybody else. I know the ratings guys. I know Caleb is awesome. Talk to Caleb all the time. Caleb's gonna come on the channel and do an interview. If you guys want to see Caleb, he's a great guy. He ain't doing no 5 hour live stream with your boy though. Come on now. You know me stallion. Yeah. Look at Robin just jumping. Let's do that in 6 hours, baby. You know we do. I'll do six. I ain't afraid. But the fact is, I think I'll have 4 people watching me at 6 hours. The longest I ever went was like 520. I did 520, and then FOMO hit me up, and I jumped on his. So in theory, I did like 9 hours. Because he's in California. So he was like 3 hours behind me. So I did a live stream with him. That's when we opened the A90J. I had just done a 5 hour live stream. He's like, yo, you free? I'm like, come on, let's do it. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Meta. It's not bad. I liked Predator 2. Predator 2 was good. Is it worth the 4K Blu-ray? I mean, it's the best it's gonna look. Yeah, Kenny. I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, I'll speak on this really quick. Joker was very good, but Joker was good as a film, meaning Taxi Driver, meaning Seven, psychological thriller. Never thought once about Joker being a comic book film. Lady Gaga, ultra talented. I mean, really, really talented. But I don't need it to be. I don't know. Is she gonna be Harley Quinn? I guess. I don't need to see that. I mean, I'll probably see it, but I'm saying is that that movie was so well done for what it was. It's better left ambiguous. Is he there? Is it in his mind? I don't need it to be a musical. I don't know why they're doing that. No idea. So I don't make fun of anybody, Manual. So I don't need any of that drama, my friend. No need for that. I don't put down anybody. I don't go after anybody's channel. I don't agree with doing that to other people. So I would not do that. Hey, John, you're rocking the captain. I thought you wanted a gym. Where are you rolling, bro? You rolling some Captain Morgan's pre-workout creatine, then you going to the gym? Atta boy. I mean, that's dedication. That's awesome. Mm, 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 Scusi. You know, Kenny, I agree, but when we talk about money and making money, John Wick is a perfect example, right? Um, John. So let me just say, I'll phrase it this way: Keanu's awesome. Love me some Keanu. Keanu is like the nicest guy in Hollywood, from what I understand. Not just what I've seen, from what I've heard. John Wick was such a fresh air, breath of fresh air. The way it was filmed, the action. You had movies like Born Identity, Taken, which is all these jump cuts, and then all of a sudden you have this incredible film. And even though it was far fetched, it was in the realm of reality. You saw that he was beat up. He had to take like a shot. He was, all screwed up. And they had this thought of this community that were a bunch of hitmen and they were all knew each other. And then by the second one, I was like, oh man, this is really cool. I kind of dig it, but it's getting a little crazy now. Then you got the third one and the fourth one. And they've already said the fourth one was the final one, but the money's there. So you'll see another one. And then eventually it'll just die. Fast and the Furious, you watch the first one, that's a crime thriller. It's a drama. It's not a special effects extravaganza. So everything we do now is bigger, faster, stronger, but without the story, it means nothing. And it's so funny, confuses people that know me. They're like, "Well, dude, you're a gamer." Yeah, but the original Jurassic Park is a masterpiece. Jurassic Park Dominion is garbage. Like garbage. Those movies to me are unwatchable, not even entertaining. So, yeah, it's like they just need to do that because and they're creatively bankrupt, if that makes sense. That's why you're seeing every Disney film redone. Now, with Disney, if you with Disney, I don't care about the politics of it. I don't care about switching characters. That doesn't mean anything to me. You want to redo it, that's fine. It's not that they do that. What bothers me is they're so creatively bankrupt, they can't create new stories. Perfect example is an undefeated studio, which would be Pixar. So Pixar, John Lasseter ran Pixar. He was canceled a few years ago. He ran Pixar. He was fired from Disney, worked at Pixar, ran Pixar, and then they had him in Disney. And then he also did Tangled. He did the Frozen, all these other movies. Then he was canceled, so he's gone. Pixar, the movies aren't very good. When you had a studio that did A Bug's Life, Ratatouille, Cars, Toy Story, The Incredibles was one of the best superhero movies ever made. The second one was unwatchable. So it's creatively bankrupt. I don't care about the politics of anything, to be honest, but you can't tell a story anymore. You just can't, and that's really the hard thing for me, so I can't get immersed. I watch shows now more than I watch movies. Michael, Brian, have you had a chance to use or evaluate Kaleidoscope? I have. I think they're awesome, but the challenge, I don't think it's worth that. No, I'll tell you why. Whether you like physical media or not, or if you're die-hard physical media, if Kaleidoscape, I always call it Kaleidoscope, if they had an app where I could bring my movies with me or rip them to something else, I would do it all day. But the fact that it's married to that device nowadays doesn't work. It's got to be something you can watch throughout your entire house. So if that's, who does great work with that is Tech Enthusiasm. Nice guy, does a great channel too, works really hard at it. Love to have them on someday too. Great guy. Um, if you had a server, maybe it's something you could pass around like your whole house, but I mean, I would never spend the money on it. I'll tell you this, going full circle, being a movie guy, I'm not buying new movies because they stink. So I can't spend, $15,000 on a device that plays movies that I can't watch anymore. And as much as I love Goodfellas and all those movies, it's like, you guys follow me? It's not that I'm jaded. It just, the creativity's gone, man. It's just gone. John Wick reminds me of Die Hard. The first one was about a normal dude that was tough as nails. The main character turned into a serial. Yes, perfect example. But you know what's funny about John Wick? High def and high def. One time you got to put your name in there, man. So I can just call you by your name if you're down with that. If you're down with that, baby. John Wick. If you watch that movie again, he gets jumped by those guys and gets like knocked out. And then later in the film, obviously he just breaks down and just handles business. But he got to be such an unstoppable force that can't be hurt. There's no stakes. What are the stakes? One of my favorite movies of all time is To Live and Die in LA. If you guys have ever seen that movie, incredible film. But there's a twist like 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes in with the main character that you're like, oh my God, it just takes your breath away. What are the stakes? Why did Game of Thrones capture people? Breaking Bad. At any moment, your favorite character could be gone. And if I'm watching these other movies where everybody's indestructible, there's just no stakes. And or like, like we talk about this with Star Wars, where Rey was like indestructible. Where are the stakes? Where's the arc? You need that story arc. John Wick is cool, but it just I get bored after a while. Like again, I rather have less. Again, that's why Jaws is a perfect film. The comedy wasn't slapstick; it was just regular guys being funny. Like we're being funny on here organically. But when you're talking about these other films, you're just like, oh, please, just can't get into it. You know what? You're the second person that has brought that up to me. I've not seen it. I will definitely check it out though. Yeah, it's just I don't know, man. Can't. It's terrible. Boy. Kevin. All right, bro. You might have to remind me of that 10 more times, but Kevin. All right, Kevin. Awesome. Kevin. Nobody else call him Kevin. I got you. Got you, Kevin. Is that gonna mess you up if I call you by your name? Wait, what's up, Kevin? What's up, Kevin? All right, Kevin. Much love. Only by catalog titles that come out in 4K, but I might be getting old. I'm not into yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, Mozart's Ghost. That's another great profile pick. I want to say to you that it's nostalgia. It's not. I don't watch these movies and go, damn, when I was young, I really liked this. I'm telling you, they're just better. Just better. I mean, I was watching again, Apocalypse Now is a legendary film, but breathtaking. You can turn the sound off and be like, I want. I got you. All right. I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna share it with you like this. So, I'm just kidding, Lisa. Well, I can never. I can't call him Kevin. I'm just saying he might have a mystique about him. So you guys will appreciate this. I remember watching Pacific Rim. Let me know if you guys liked Pacific Rim. All right, so I'm in the theater. I loved. I loved not Benicio del Toro, Guillermo del Toro. I remember to call high def Kevin during the stream and then forget when it's over. Nah, I'm gonna be Kevin forever, baby. Lisa can't call. Don't call him Kevin. Everybody call him Kevin, but Lisa. I got you. So, real quick, when I was watching Pacific Rim, I remember seeing the trailer years before, and I loved Guillermo del Toro. Pan's Labyrinth, all those movies, Devil's Backbone, all these films. And I was like, wow, you got robots, Monsters, right? Bear with me for a second. As that film was releasing, the word on the street was, "Yo, what's it based on?" And people were like, "Nothing. It's a new IP. It's brand new." And they're like, I don't know." When did everything have to be based on something? On an anime or a cartoon? It doesn't have to be. It can just be its own thing. That movie got hurt. People in the US didn't see it. It succeeded in China, which saved it. That's one of the last movies where I was in the theater. I'm like, I gotta have that. When that releases, I have to have that movie. I have to watch that movie. Batman, the new Batman with the dude from was it Robert Townsend, whatever. Yeah, right. Good movie. Liked it a lot. Not really rewatchable for me. Not because it wasn't great, but what's rewatchable? Us home theater nuts. Saving Private Ryan. I mean, pick whatever you I have a bunch of them looking at them from here. Are you gonna watch it again? When we buy things, is it rewatchable? I'm not gonna buy The Greatest Showman. We joke that when FOMO shows all these movies, those aren't movies I would watch. But is it something you're gonna watch again and again and again? And unfortunately, with newer films, very few. I'll give you an example. The Gentleman, the Guy Ritchie movie, I'll watch that all the time. Spotlight. Doesn't have to be action. It could be just a well done film that you feel like you're watching a real life thing. But that might now be like a True Detective. But very few films. Now it's either just huge action. Um, I don't know. Let's see. Someone brought up Oppenheimer. Where was that? Yeah, great movie, man. You met Madonna and it was over, bro. Remember that? Yeah, exactly, Kev. Exactly. I mean, I remember people being like, "Yeah, I missed," I'll say this to you. I was trying to explain to my daughters the term cult classic, right? And she's like, "Well, why didn't anybody?" Like, The Thing is a perfect example. If you watch the making of The Thing, which I saw years ago, releasing the same time as ET, same studio released it, ET and The Thing, and they put all their money on The Thing until they saw ET tests, and then ET they took all their marketing away from The Thing and put it on ET. And The Thing from John Carpenter was considered like porn, like horror porn, and people like his whole reputation was destroyed. And if you're a gamer, for example, PC gamer, a lot of PC gamers don't buy games at launch. One, they're not optimized. Two, they're cheap. You buy a GPU for $2,000, but it's hard to then say I'm going to go spend money on a new game, right? So games like not Last of Us, what's the other game? Days Gone, perfect example. Days Gone, great game. Nobody played that at launch. Scusi. Right? So they said to the producer of that game, the director of that game, "Are you doing a sequel?" And you know what he said? He's like, "Why didn't you play it when it came out?" So when the thing came out, where was the sci-fi fans? They weren't watching ET. They were, so it's like when we look at you have to support these films, but they suck. The new ones are terrible. I watch the thing every day, but I can't watch Jurassic Park Dominion. But like Mozart's Ghost, as good as the thing is, right? Rob Bottin, the makeup, the effects. It's the quiet moments in between. They're playing cards. The best scene is like when they're watching the VCR tape and David Keith is like they're like smoking and he's like, "Yo," and they're I seen this one already. Like those little moments, there's nothing happening, but there's so much atmosphere. That's gone from films now. It's completely gone. And here's the thing: is I don't need everybody to be beautiful. Actually, I don't need anybody to be beautiful. If you watch The Thing, objectively, Kurt Russell's a good-looking dude, right? But he looks like a regular guy, the beard and everything. There was no models in that. I don't need good-looking dudes and good-looking girls. I don't need a bunch of jacked. I was about a movie the other day where they had like security guards in it. They're normal. I don't need now a bunch of tattooed crazy jack guys. Come on, man. Like that's not make it real. That's why I watch shows from like the UK. People look realistic. Well, the second one was awful though, bro. Ugh. You know what's funny, John? The first movie is everything that we love. The second one was everything that's terrible. Like Ready Player One was a great movie that totally surprised me. You know, I don't think I saw that actually. I'll check that out. Where would I find that Mozart's Ghost? Is that a big documentary or is it small independent? Say my story, man. What time we got? We got what do we got? 4 after midnight, baby. 5 minutes from 5 hours. How we doing? You guys proud of me? Hanging out with me this long? Say my story. Broke more than your heart. Let's see. Like Gladiator, you know, about more modern films. But you look at those films, those aren't really modern. Those are 15, 20 years old. Somebody said something about Oppenheimer. What was that? So, like, for example, Oppenheimer, what Cillian Murphy, Cillian Murphy, Cillian. Anyway, can't wait to see that. But that he's talented. Just that's going to be a great film, and the drama of that, you know, Destroyer of Worlds. The reality of that is much deeper than any fiction, right? So can't wait to see that. My boy John caught me yawning, baby. Sounds pretty heavy. Oh, it is supposed to be. Brian yawn. I know. First one in almost 5 hours. Come on. I get up in a few hours. All right. All right, guys, we're coming up on the 5 hour mark. I feel like I'm the chick from John Carpenter's The Fog, another good movie. She's like, all right, all you guys out there. But Oppenheimer's probably the film I'm looking forward to the most. Like modern movie, Fincher. Seven, excellent film. Excellent film. Love me some Seven. I watch that movie every day. What a great film. That should have been that. You know, I always thought would have been great was Seven. I would have loved to seen at the end when David's in the car, Brad Pitt's in the car, he looks down. And Morgan Freeman's like, I'll be around. Would have loved to seen um not a sequel to that or like a mini series to that of Somerset, you know, and maybe David in a psychiatric hospital. What a perfect film. Like Shawshank. Come on, baby. You know me. Shawshank. Oh, my bad. Okay. What's it called again? Can you hit me up with that again? Give me the title. What's up, Leo? Oh, you didn't miss me, baby. I'm still here. Come on, baby. You know me. You know me, Stallion. Vacation on him. So you know what's funny about vacation is again, you know, you wouldn't be able to make vacation now the same way because it was raunchy, wasn't, yeah, good movie. Love me some vacation. Doesn't help that I know Chevy Chase is just a jerk, but um the thing, it's called The Thing? You mean the prequel? You talking about the prequel? Oh yeah, the prequel. I saw the prequel. I saw that in the movies. Where was it's a good question, buddy. The Mist. Mist I was very conflicted with. The Guest, LOL. All right. Crack that neck. The Mist I saw in the theaters. The effects were not good, especially that part where the thing's getting underneath the door and everything. But it's the ending is so bleak, man. It's just hard to watch. It's not a rewatchable one, but yeah, good movie. Definitely liked it. Yeah, and you know what's funny about Mindhunters though, Kev, was that the first season of that was amazing. The second season though, it got into where it focused on her, and then like it was just too convenient. The way their pacing was just wasn't realistic. Like all of a sudden, a dude's like, "Oh, I'm gonna go talk. My son is a serial killer." It got kind of stupid. So I can see why, but they never got into BTK, which is what they were looking to go into. Remember when Chevy Chase tried to save his own talk show like Johnny? Yeah, dude, he was kind of a jerk. I go back and watch that. Vacation on Christy Brinkley, remember that? Vacation. Na, 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 na. How about when they drive in the bad area and they take his hubcaps? He's like, roll them up. All right, guys, we are 5 hours in. Let's call it. Let's call it. Any last minute questions or comments or just answer the question? Let me know how you guys are doing. Never say goodbye. Never say goodbye. Yeah. I would love to see David Fincher's Aliens 3, like legit. Oh, Terry bounced. All right, Terry. All right, guys, let's finish it up in 5 hours. What do you think? 5 hours. I hope you enjoyed. I'll definitely do more of these. I don't have to go 5 hours, but I hope you guys had a nice time. It's my way. My pleasure, Lisa. Thank you so much. It's my pleasure. It's my way of saying thank you. Is to spend this kind of time hanging out with you guys. Just do me a favor, just say goodnight on your way out the door. Again, Lisa, I really appreciate the friendship and everything. Really, really sweet of you. Big Trouble Little China, most deaf. Mozart's Ghost, good night, my friend. Terry, have a good one. Craig, thanks for jumping on. Give you guys about 5 minutes to go out the door. Just try to say goodbye to me before you leave so I can say thank you. Really appreciate you guys again. Plasma TV for Gaming, have a good night. Buddy, again, thanks for the very generous super chat, everybody. Appreciate that. Michael, have a great night. Iceman, have a great night. Kevin, have a great night. Scott, have a great night. Hope you guys enjoyed. Kevin, have a great night or great morning, depending on where you guys are. Highlight, take care. Patrick Noble, take care. EP, be good. Never say goodbye. 48 left. All right, guys, come on, say goodnight. Let's get it down to 4 or 5 before you guys click off. Just say goodnight. Last of the Mohicans. Little Daniel Day Lewis. Kevin, good night, man. Thanks for all you do and Twitter and shouting out the channel. Iceman, have a great night. All right, guys, 25,000 subscribers. We went 5 hours, 2 minutes. I want to thank you guys for all that you do. I really, really appreciate it. Love you guys. And, please check out the videos, like, subscribe, all that fun stuff. But thank you for all you do. I hope you guys had a really nice time. And I will see you in the next video. And bye, John. Tell Christine I said good night. Kung Fu Kenny, take care, my friend. Broken Wrench, be good. Oh, Gangs in New York, good movie. All right, guys, I'm going to cut it here. Have a great night. Thanks for jumping on. Talk to you guys soon. Love you guys. Take care.